All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the second episode of your favorite weather podcast, Gauges, Gusts, and Gullywashers, with your co-hosts, Sam here in Rochester, with my good friend Peter from New York City.
Take two. Hi, everybody.
And we got Quentin here, St. Louis, Missouri, with the Harp Arch, right, as you
What
call
up? Yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's a weather generator.
it? I haven't either. Is it fancy? You can go up in there, right? You can take an
Yeah,
elevator?
they recently, well, not recently, they overhauled the museum down there, and it's super cool now.
Okay. Wow. That'd be cool to check out, you know. I've never been out to
Yeah,
the Midwest.
it's actually like a decent attraction.
Huh. Is it expensive? Is it like $70 or some crazy shit?
I can't remember. It's been a few years.
Okay.
It's like the Empire State Building of St. Louis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they even in the Adirondacks and North Creek where Gore Mountain is, and basically the dead center of it, they have the old abandoned railroad up there that goes along the Hudson, and so they have this company, I think it's called Revolution Rail, or you can rent these bikes that you can pedal on all the rail tracks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's, what is it, an hour or two for $70 or $80, maybe a little bit more in peak season, but I guess it's kind of they do it over in Colorado and other states too, which is pretty cool, but, you know, it's a good way to use the old railroad instead of tearing it up and make it into a bike path.
Nice.
They ride on it, but I really would, my friend Gray was, he was building a rail bike. He was building a bike that he put rails on, and I think he got a good prototype going. He never finished it, but I'm like, you just slap a rocket on the back of that thing, and you're good.
Is it right on the rails, or is it?
Yeah. You'd pedal it like a bike, but it would have a frame. You know, you would attach rails to it like a train.
Single rail car, like 100 years ago, they did that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that's how they had the pump ones, right?
Usually a pump, not a pedal.
Oh, yeah. But nowadays
People are starting to like make rail go-karts too.
Right. Oh, wow. But there's tons of, you know, abandoned rails, and, you know, you could just get away with it. So
What's the $80 go for? Does that maintain the railway, or?
There's nothing to maintain. I think it's probably insurance. They probably have insurance in that. But it's like you're on a flat railroad. I mean, if you get in a crash, it's not really deadly. I mean, you can only go, 20 or 30 miles with it, maybe at most.
Oh.
So I really don't know where it's like. They don't have much staff. They don't have much upkeep. So I'm like, why is it $80? So that should be like $30, I feel like.
At my age, I want to follow the money.
Yeah, but they're just trying to exploit it, you know, like every other company. So, yeah, so I got my $30 worth of stickers from R.M. Young.
I can't believe you actually bought them.
Talk about corporate greed. How much did they cost?
So the stickers themselves were only $3 a pop, which, you know, it's kind of high for how big they are, but it's standard for stickers. And then, I said okay to the order, and then I get an email later saying, they shipped it out, and the total was, they rung it up, it's $33.78. And I looked at it, it's $21 in freaking shipping, and it weighed 0.1 pounds. And I got charged $21 from Michigan in a padded envelope.
That's how it goes.
A padded envelope. Nothing against R.M. Young, but I'm just saying that's, I think,
smaller than a postcard. It's not even the size of a postcard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it even has its own part number with them. So the sticker. So it's legitimate, but, where else am I supposed to get this? I guess I could print it out on my own, but I don't have a printer. I don't have, all that.
Computer app markups.
Yeah.
Get a silver Sharpie.
A silver Sharpie, yeah. I could just put my own sticker on there. That would be kind of cool.
Put the Costco sticker on it.
Yeah. They could. I think they'd have a niche market there. You'd walk into Costco and they'd have a whole pallet of wind monitors for like $4.99.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd go crazy.
They couldn't sell enough of them to make it worth their while.
Probably
buying
not.
1,000 of them.
Yeah. They would lose money on that for sure.
You'd be their only customer.
There you go.
I'd buy a pallet worth of them. But if you're looking to start a mesonet, you just go to Costco, get your pallet full of wind monitors, and right next to it, you could get a pallet full of, Pluvio rain gauges. Yeah.
Oh.
That'd be good.
No wonder they're on sale.
They have pallets of drones?
I would assume so, yeah. You can get cameras. We saw the cameras at Costco. You can get the 360 cameras. They got GoPros and good stuff. Good shit there. Shout out to Costco. So, yeah, $21 for shipping. I just don't believe it. But I think, they lose money on small orders, so they kind of upcharge it, with shipping. It's just like what Airbnb does with their stupid cleaning fees. It's like, oh, it's $50 a night, but there's a $100 cleaning fee and then a $70 fucking service fee. It's like,
oh my gosh.
And then it ends up being like a $200 a night, and it's such a scam. You see these cheap deals, and then you got to look at the fine print. They charge you, the service fees are pretty high, and then the cleaning fees is like they do that to like recoup even more money. And half the time I clean the place myself, so I'm paying $70 and I take care of it myself. So now I'm just like, I leave it. I almost try to make more of a mess because it's like, well, I'm paying so much money for this. Just might as well trash it, It's like they just try to get away with it. That's why, hotels are cheaper at this point. I've seen they're cheaper. And you get...
Just sign a lease.
Yeah.
They tried to monetize it too much. Started out a good idea, but then it became monetized too much.
Yep.
Theater tickets, the same thing. You have to go through Ticketmaster. And very often the charge for buying the ticket online is higher than the ticket itself.
Oh, yeah.
You used to be able to go to the box office and pick up the ticket.
Yep. They did that. Yeah, they did that at SPAC. I'd go there specifically for tickets. And I wanted the physical tickets, too, because it's kind of like a memorabilia. And then I go there last year, and they're like, oh, yeah, we don't do tickets here anymore. You have to buy it. It's all on your phone.
What?
And you could avoid
you don't
this.
do physical tickets anymore?
I think it's very hard to. I know you can. You might have to go to a different place for it or location, but they still, they say, oh, we don't do that. You buy the tickets at the box office. You still have to pay the service fees, and then they send it to you on your phone. And then the whole point was the box office. Would you avoid those service fees because you're going there yourself
to get a ticket?
Yes, that's the whole point. It's like a convenience fee, and they still have that. And I'm like, they got you by the balls even more now. And where's the government to regulate that? It's just not there. They run a monopoly with concerts.
Where's the government when you need it?
Right, but they have other interests. So
clearly.
But yes. All right. Well, this is getting sidetracked. This is turning into a heated argument about our civilization. But this is a weather podcast and supposed to be about weather and whatever else we want to make of it. I guess.
Yeah.
Rainy, cloudy, and cold here.
Yeah, had the front come through, so it's been pretty windy, and the sun's starting to peek out a little bit, but yeah, we had pretty good gusts so far.
How's the weather in St. Louis?
Oh, it's been simply awful. It's so cold and windy.
Really?
Yeah.
So everybody gets seasonal affective disorder from the lousy weather?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Well,
it's bad.
Let's take a look at the surface. Because I think you guys had the same weather we had, but you guys are just all post-frontal. It looks like you're in the freaking single digits.
Yeah.
Holy.
We're under a wind chill warning.
Wow. Look at this. Middle of Nebraska, -1, -5.
Yeah, it's not pleasant.
Dang.
Where's St. Louis now? At what temperature?
We're at sitting around 19.
Oh, my God. So much further south than we are.
Man, Rochester is warmer than most places in, like, New Mexico and, like, the desert Southwest right now. Isn't that crazy? But they're also up at, like, 5,000 feet elevation, too, so it's like they're in literally a different part of the atmosphere.
Now, is that a climate change abnormality, or has that always been normal, even just for a few days a year to have much colder temperatures in New Mexico than Rochester?
Yeah, it's definitely true. But if you think about it, too...
It's really just the pattern. So what's happened is the weather patterns have allowed the Arctic air to seep south, like through the central United States. And so it's pretty
more extreme.
It's kind of like a bowl where it's being kept to the central. So you'll have the extreme ends of the United States having warmer temperatures, while the extreme cold is kind of funneled.
Funneled, so to the Midwest and down in South.
Yeah, yeah. So like you'll have even like Arkansas all the way down there will be colder than say Maine sometimes.
So that's what happened in Texas a year ago with those people froze to
Yeah,
death.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and they say there's more extreme weather going on. It's not just getting hotter, colder, but it's like more extreme. You're getting more of that stuff that you get every 100 years is now like every 10 years or even less.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a climate scientist. I can't speak on behalf of that.
But it just seems so much more extreme than when I was a kid.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. But like the winter storms have gotten like way like I don't know, lesser of a degree. Like we've had that, blizzard in Buffalo, but like a week after that it melted. We haven't even had any substantial snow for a couple days. So like, I remember as a kid, 10, 20 years ago, we had great snow. I think everyone remembers that.
That might just be a symptom of El Nino.
Yeah. But it's over time, though, I think. Even back to your day when you grew up, Peter, you probably had crazy snowstorms and snow days.
In the 50s, we always had 2 or 3 blizzards a year. This is in Philadelphia, which is like, mid-Atlantic. And it was cold most of the time. Then it would start to get warm. You start having warm days in March, and it would gradually get warmer. And March was unstable, but by April, things would kind of start to warm up. And now we have snow and cold weather in April, and March is more like January, and April is more like February. So there's been a definite shift in the whole season seems to take place later because the falls are much warmer, like October is warmer, November is warmer. And we still have leaves on the trees and fall colors in November. That was unheard of back then. So
we're screwed.
Something shifted. Are we? I don't know. You're the meteorologist.
Probably.
We might be. We'll see. Give it 50 years.
Yeah.
Can we survive it with all the people we have to adapt and move?
I think so. I mean, humans are incredibly adaptable.
Right.
We're a super flexible creature. So I don't.
Well, at the leverage of technology,
though,
and technology is at the expense of the environment. So.
Right. Yeah.
Most of the time. So that's where we strive,
Says it's sustainable with all the people we have that are fighting for the habitable climate. Because my thing is that all the people coming over the border that everybody's complaining about, all the migrants sneaking into the United States, that the 800-pound gorilla in the room is that they're climate change migrants.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many of the South American and Central American countries have uninhabitable zones where the humidity and the temperature combined are not habitable anymore, and everybody's getting kidney disease, so they flee to the United States to save their lives. And people think they just want money. They just want to come to the United States for money. But they're trying to save their lives and their children's lives.
Wow. And this is going on worldwide, not just, at our borders.
That's why the Syrian war is taking place. Again, it's not mentioned, but so much of Syria is just uninhabitable. It's 125 degrees or 120 degrees, and people used to survive that, but now the humidity's going up too, so you can't cool off with sweat.
Yeah. So
people move from the uninhabitable to the habitable areas of Syria, and all the religious sects don't tolerate that. They don't want the Houthis don't want the Sufis or the
right.
The Shia doesn't want the other sects to come, so it's all in war, and it's basically a lot of it is climate change. It's really bad. So
yeah.
Where do we go
this
from
is the
here?
stuff they don't tell you on mainstream media, but
because the oil companies don't want you to know it.
Right.
That's my thing. I have a real bug about that. That the oil companies have way too much power over the information, just like Big Pharma and other stuff have.
Oh, they all lobby.
Huge lobbies. And contributions. They're making political contributions. They should. I don't believe corporations should be allowed to make political corporations, and that is polluting like the information stream. So we won't get good weather. I can't get good weather on my phone like I did just a year ago anymore. and you have to pay for it if you want a daily forecast ahead of what it is today. They'll give you what the temperature is, the humidity is, and the wind. But if you want like predictions for a week ahead, you have to go premium and pay more money. So they monetized it all. And that should be public domain, I think.
Well, I mean, I can get forecast model data for free, through Pivotal, but they also do have premium subscriptions, which you get a little bit more features, but you can access all of those national models, which are publicly funded. I mean, NOAA runs all of those models and stuff, and they collect the
Yeah,
data.
it's just
Taxpayers
about
pay for
finding
that.
it, really.
It's out there. You can get free. You don't have to pay for that. I mean, it's public. Just like ASOS data, you can download years and years of ASOS or radar data for no cost.
So that Mesonet, what do they call it? I'm not a computer person. Mesonet website will that give me a forecast?
Not. It will. It's just pulling data from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
So, which is still
That's
reputable, which is good. Yeah, they have the better forecasts out there, and it's like a public service.
So it's good computer modeling for.
Oh yeah, and it's only improved. We're slowly getting better and better data. It's just you need more data to produce better forecast.
Yeah, we've
computers.
just recently. There's a gentleman. His name escapes me, but he wrote a computer model that will predict tornado. Like,
oh really?
He'll predict tornadoes like to a
complicated.
95% success rate,
Wow.
like in real time.
What was the percentage again? 25%.
Like up to 95%.
95.
Wow.
Like all these case studies that he's done, it's like it is on the money.
And who pays
And
for it?
it's like a probabilistic thing. I forget what it was, but it's promising.
Who's funding that?
It was just like a little private thing that he was working on.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That's really good. Well, my thing is now to get people to take meteorology more seriously, because Sam is right here near Buffalo, and a year ago all those people died in Buffalo because they didn't pay attention to the weather forecast. The weather forecast was dead accurate. They said just how much snow there was going to be, and some places would get 6 feet or drifts and so forth. People got stuck in their cars driving when they shouldn't have been driving, and died in their cars 200 feet from someone else's house because they didn't even know where they were.
Yep.
And their phones' batteries ran out and their gas ran out. They couldn't stay warm enough in the car. And by the time the emergency services reached them 2 or 3 days later, they had died. The same thing happened in Texas. All that stuff in Texas was forecast, that they were going to have like 15 degrees, and those people, the heating systems in Texas can't handle that. So people froze to death in their trailer parks, and it's mostly lower income people died because the emergency services couldn't take care of them all. If they had taken heed of the meteorological reports, we wouldn't have had that. Where were the emergency services? Where was the preparedness? And where was there the acknowledgement of good meteorological predictions? So,
The it's not going to happen to me mentality is deadly.
But it's also the weather's not going to stop me from doing what I need to. And there's people
No,
out there that
right.
they rely their jobs. They have to go to work, and it's like these people are, almost forced in a ways
Right.
to support their. They need to make money for their
Yeah.
families, and they have to go to work in bad conditions, and
Well, we need the meteorological data for somebody that works as a lineman or an electrical technician or something, or somebody working for the phone company need to go out and service lines, and they need to know when there's going to be weather and how much of it to go do their work and to be safe too while they're out there. Maybe there are times when even an emergency services technician can't go out and save somebody because they won't be able to make it themselves.
Yep.
So that's where we need accurate weather, and we're getting it, but people aren't paying attention to it.
Yep.
So it needs to be disseminated better, and people need to take it more seriously. But with all this accusations of fake news, people see something on the computer, online, or they see it on television, and they don't pay attention to it anymore. So that's my beef, that
Yeah,
people aren't taking it seriously enough.
that's true.
They don't believe in science either. So they don't believe doctors. They believe Donald Trump or something. So we need to believe meteorologists now.
Because there's science behind it. There's truth behind it. It's the whole part.
And
There's
climate
proving
scientists.
stuff.
Even though we don't want to believe the climate scientists, we need to listen to them more too.
Right. I mean, I think some of that stuff is still dirtied up and muddied up with political, money and stuff. But
Right.
still,
it's become politicized.
very politicized, very
like,
polarized.
It's a problem.
Well, apparently, depending on who you talk to, it's polarized and politicized to the point where the bad predictions of how bad global warming is getting have been underestimated, because anybody that said, well, we only have 10 or 20 years before it really hits the fan, were not taken seriously, because they were the doomsday sayers. And so they would make their predictions a little bit more conservative to avoid being cast as a doomsday sayer. And we find out that was too conservative, that things are taking place faster and tipping points are being reached faster than what they predicted 5 or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's how politics, I think, has affected meteorological reporting and climate science. Myself. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's my view of it. So, do we have any climate science people listening to this podcast? Would they be interested?
Hopefully, yeah. We hopefully to have those people on at some point.
Do you know any climate scientists?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's tons of people at UAlbany I could probably talk to, or
Can they call up this podcast and talk to us?
I mean, they could. I've thought about even having like a call-in or something. A live call-in. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Which I think we could do. I would just have to pull their audio from the audio, or I'm getting your audio, Quentin. So, yeah. But yeah, I think that would be really cool. You could get live, conversation going with people.
So this is Quentin.
Yeah.
We're talking to. Quentin,
Sir.
This is Peter. And are you a meteorologist too?
No, it's just a hobby.
Okay. Well, very knowledgeable about your hobby. So.
And he didn't even go to college. He's one of the few people that's done well for himself, not having to get a useless degree.
Right.
Very few people have been successful, and I have to say that you have. You're working as a calibration technician at a company,
Sir.
Okay.
which is pretty much right up with sensors and all that stuff with weather data. Making sure you've calibrated sensors and you're getting precise data.
It all kind of goes together.
It does, yeah.
So you're not interested in just the equipment, but it's the meteorology itself, the weather itself that it makes you interested in.
Yeah.
That's great. Well, because I think what Sam said was what a lot of people have gone through. They might get a degree in meteorology. My degree was music, but all I did was technology of working on musical instruments. And so I could have gotten a 2-year technician's degree, or served an apprenticeship. I didn't need a degree to work to tune pianos or tune pipe organs. And somebody that's calibrating weather data or servicing weather stations doesn't need a meteorology degree. But I think Sam did it just out of love for the weather, and now he's overqualified for what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so,
Which is all right. I don't mind.
But hopefully he can make more money as a technician who also does outreach and weather outreach like this, or doing the outreach for his mesonet, which is great. Hopefully he'll get paid for it too. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
But I still do it out of love, It's not anything for money, I actually do, purely love the job, and I could really not see myself doing anything else, really. So, it's really the passion that drives me. I could care less about the money. So, but
Really?
yeah, I mean, it's not the most important thing. It's the third or fourth down. I feel like working with good people and having a great job is like the first two. So,
At the age of 11, I studied meteorology in elementary school with a scientist who was a meteorology technician who came once a month, and we maintained a weather station in our
Oh, wow.
classroom. And
Wow.
I was in charge of, I was the equipment engineer at the age of 11, managing a 33-inch long tube filled with mercury.
Oh boy.
And I actually
wow.
handled it, and some of it spilled on the floor, and I had to go pick it up with tape and all that stuff.
Jeez.
And we had a anemometer, and we had a rain gauge and everything right in the window of our classroom. And I thought, I wonder what mercury tastes like. So I
Oh.
put some of it in my
No.
mouth.
No.
I'm still alive, but it just shows you I must have loved the study of it anyway. I just thought it was fascinating that the air had weight, and the weight of the air and how much was bearing down on it affected the weather that much, and I could actually watch it happen.
Yep.
So
It's a very, very unique science, you know.
fascinating.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So
The
intricate.
intricacies.
It's really a 4-dimensional system, maybe even more. You know, you got time there too. It's like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of stuff could change then in seconds. You know, the tornado, or you know, updrafts with storms, or you know, winds and stuff. That's, you know, you can get that down to seconds or milliseconds, that it would change stuff enough to change the weather completely. So, or just the sun. If you had sun for 2 more minutes, you know, how much would that affect the storm? So they may be more severe.
Yeah.
If you had an
Right.
hour more of sun than they predicted, you can get, you know, incredibly more severe storms, because you got to have that much more heating that would heat up the, you know, the earth.
Am I wrong? But I would think if you got more sun, it would raise the temperature, lower the humidity, and you get less precip and less wind.
Well, it depends. I mean, it definitely raises the temperature, but it all, you know, it depends on the air mass, the winds and stuff, where the winds are coming from. You know, if you got prefrontal winds coming in, you usually have good moisture inflow with that. So you got moisture from like the Gulf or the Atlantic getting advected up, you know, for hundreds to, you know, maybe 1,000 plus miles. It's getting transported through the atmosphere, you know, feeding
Higher.
the storms. Yeah. And that's like the crazy part, is just the dynamics of it, how much the pressure changes. You know, you get stuff, you know, literally getting sucked into a cyclone, and if you think about it, you know, you have all this air moving into a system that's just spinning counterclockwise, and you can't see any of it, but like it's there.
It's the confluence of two systems.
Yeah, it's still just mind blowing. You know, you can't wrap your head around it. There's a lot of
It's so huge.
It is, and it's so complicated. We still don't know, you know, half of it. I feel like at this point, you know, it's just too much. And it's.
I mean, most of it is theory.
It is, yeah. It
Still.
really is.
Local experience.
And we're, you know, still finding out more, and it's like you still need data for that. You know, collecting. You know, if you're thinking about it, you know, they launch weather balloons twice a day, and at those locations, you're just getting a respective, you know, profile of the atmosphere above that location. But if you go 10 miles to the east, how much does that profile change? You know, the temperature might change by a couple degrees here. The wind speeds might be a little bit stronger.
And what's the significance of it?
Right. I mean, it just, and that's just, you know, you're talking a couple miles, you know, you could have huge changes. Or
So AI could probably help meteorology.
Oh, it's already doing, it's already there.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's the good part about AI, is it's good for that stuff, but now they're trying to, you know, make it so it controls you or it controls your life. But for the science aspect, it can do some, I mean, they had stuff using mesonet camera imagery. They'd use AI to, you know, it would take a picture, you know, take the pictures from the sites and predict or pick out what precip it was. It would find out if it's a snowflake or if it was a raindrop.
Wow, really?
Yeah, they had AI. They had one of the research projects using our data, was using that to basically decipher what precipitation it was, to try to get, you know, verification or just more real-time forecasts or updates, or, you know, if the snow was predicted to start at 8 and they're seeing it on the camera starting at, you know, 7:30, they can physically see that.
So you're obsoleting like disdrometers or present weather sensors
some ways,
in
yeah.
a way.
Because AI is so
Wow.
powerful right now. You can pull stuff.
Interesting.
You can code it.
No one person or system could do it without the AI, because there's so much data to crunch
Right.
that with every 17 miles, you're going to see changes between those things. And no one person could predict it in real time. No computer can compute it.
And it's still not going to be perfect. I mean,
Somebody would have to entry the data, so the AI does that for you.
right. It kind of takes over the human aspect of it, but it's just more powerful. You could take, 100 people worth of work into one computer that could just do everything, and it could do it at 100 times the rate because computers are just, the processing power now is just
And more
insane.
accuracy without any hunches.
It's insane. Yeah.
It can,
But it's learning too. It's not only just taking the data, it's learning
as it goes.
So it's getting smarter and smarter, which is the scary part of it.
Without forgetting anything.
Yeah.
So it's like having a weatherman
Which
who
is,
has a photographic memory.
Yeah, and this is like the Alexas that everyone buys to their home, and it's like it's basically, we all know it's a CIA listening device. They're all listening, they're all using it, but people still buy it because they need that, that
latest technology.
Yeah, they want that, but they also don't want to type in their phone, I want to order something or what's the recipe. They'll just ask Alexa because people are just fucking lazy. So they just and they need this fake robot to tell them everything instead of them actually doing the work. It's like self-driving. It's just Tesla. People are just lazy. They're like, oh, let's put on autopilot, call it a day. It's like, oh, you put all of your life in these stupid cars, and they've all proven to be pieces of shit. And like, people are getting rid of Teslas. People have like they catch on fire. The part the build quality's complete garbage. And
is it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's terrible. They're
so
cheaply made.
They're not that pleasant of a ride.
You can buy them now for like next to nothing. The prices have just come down so drastically because they were a huge hit when they first came out.
Right.
And then people started to realize, oh yeah, these aren't reliable. You got to replace the battery packs every 3 years, and that's another $20,000 or whatever. Yep. They don't have charging stations. They die on the side of the road. They gotta call up a truck. Mind you, they have an
special
electric
truck because they're so heavy.
Well, they got to call a special truck with a gas generator to recharge their electric car. There's videos of it, and people are making money off of this, and it's such a scam.
Well, is it a scam, or is it we're trying to develop a technology that just hasn't matured yet and will mature like 5 or 10 years? Will we have good electric cars?
It's good. They're just the battery. Batteries take up so much rare earth materials.
That's the weak spot.
It's very toxic. You got child labor running a lot of that stuff. Very, 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 very bad. Even worse than, gas
with
combustion engines.
The lithium mining and all
Yeah,
that stuff.
terrible. Absolutely terrible. And that stuff, is limited. It's like it's more finite than fossil fuels and gasoline and stuff, petroleum. But the battery there, I think now they're still working on hydrogen. I'm like, why don't they pursue hydrogen cars?
Yeah, Toyota is doing a lot with that.
Because hydrogen is the most...
It's looking pretty promising.
It's the most...
prolific atom.
Yeah, and it's everywhere. And you can produce it.
You can generate hydrogen.
Yeah. You can generate, you can pull it from the atmosphere, and it has no fossil fuels, and it has no...
pollution.
Pollution, yeah.
Okay.
And it's like these people are still pushing these stupid electric cars. And now like Ford and those GM they've spent billions of dollars creating these factories, these EV car factories. Nobody's bought EVs because nobody sold on them because they're heavier, they're less efficient. You got to replace the batteries, you got to get these charging stuff. Like it's just all this shit, you got to get. And people just want a gas car because they're reliable. You have gas stations everywhere. You don't have to wait 3 hours to charge it. Yeah, we've been doing it. Like, why are we changing it? Because it's all the climate change push by, Biden and his bullshit. But that's like the one, it's just like they're pushing all this crap on us, but nobody wants it. They're going to ban, they've already banned natural gas. California banned freaking gas-powered weed whackers. So, put all these small businesses out because they got to get electric weed whackers.
Electric weed whackers suck, though.
They do. You don't have the power. You got to get more batteries for them. It sets you back. You can't do as much. Like for our work, I think UAlbany tried pushing us to get electric weed whackers, and it's just you can't with 4 feet of vegetation. You would burn out. You'd need like 5 batteries probably to cut through that. And it's like you can just get gas and just keep going, just fill it up, keep going. And the gas is really efficient, on big stuff it'll take me a whole tank, but I can usually get a couple sites out of a tank on a good day.
In time, maybe we could get electric weed whackers that would work.
But right, it's just the technology's
just not
there.
ready yet.
It still needs to develop.
Yeah, battery chemistries just aren't
It's
good
come a
enough
long way,
yet.
but they need to look at more renewable stuff and more sustainable. Like what they have now with lithium, not sustainable. It's not good. They need to.
Yeah, the great irony of electric vehicles and all that EV stuff is it pollutes
Yeah,
probably
to
worse than
manufacture.
and it's like they got to go
yeah.
over to overseas, mine this stuff in China. What cents on the dollar for these people, and then they got to ship it across. On boats, which are very bad for the environment.
Or
Where
from
instead
Africa.
here,
Yeah, boats are not efficient.
no, and they're still polluting. But then it's like you got gas. We can mine, not mine it, but we can set up, you know, um, offshore rigs here, and we can basically get all we need in the country and keep it in here, and don't have to rely on so much imports and all that expense.
But that would be too convenient.
If we don't run out of it, that's my point. I'm still a believer in trying to find something sustainable. If the
Right.
electric thing doesn't work out, then hydrogen technology,
I think that is
Nuclear.
is still like the best, but that's still got its setbacks.
very dangerous.
Yeah,
Not really.
Well, people can get a hold of the nuclear waste and become terrorists out of it.
right.
And
Or they could bomb the actual nuclear
they're-
facilities.
the waste sites have to be managed for like 25,000 years, and
Yep.
they're mismanaged. So the management company that's tasked for doing it goes out of business in 15 years, and then they sell that site unknowingly to people to build houses on. Stuff like
boy.
that. A friend of mine got caught with that, with a nuclear waste site.
Oh,
and
jeez.
and he had to get out of there and sell his house for much less than he paid for it.
And they didn't know this going in?
No, they weren't told.
Jeez.
Somebody concealed it.
Wow.
This was 20 years ago. So nuclear waste is
Not, yeah.
So
That's also not sustainable too if you look at that.
It's
But it's the best. It's a very good
it's
option.
done properly. It's incredibly safe. Like it's stored in 3-foot
canisters,
concrete casks.
Right.
but will they last 25,000 years? That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
But still, I think hydrogen's our best bet.
And I believe all nuclear waste ever produced in the United States could fit in a football field.
Wow. So it's just small amounts. I know that. But
Yes, it is. It's insane.
But you got to be very safe with it too. It's like why they bury it.
Oh yeah,
What
it's
Yucca Mountain?
You have
In
to
the
be-
middle of a mountain in the middle of the desert.
So you have to be more perfect. My point is you have to be more perfect than humans could be to store it, because like a big Gerald Ford class aircraft carrier or those huge submarines basically don't have to refuel for 2 years. But it's when they do handle the nuclear waste, what happens then if somebody makes a mistake? What happened with Fukushima? How is that going to affect us? They're still trying to get rid of the waste from that
Yeah.
and dispose of it
yeah.
safely.
In all of these incidences occurred because of human error. Like most modern plants have kind of done away or improved significantly the redundancy and whatever else to prevent those errors. So like Chernobyl, Fukushima, all that, like that just doesn't happen anymore.
Because they're becoming more
That's
experienced.
the exception.
They're becoming more experienced with the techniques.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at this. I just got a notification from our work group chat. New York City will have 700 days without receiving 1 inch in snowfall tomorrow.
Seriously?
Yep.
Holy cow.
We had like a quarter inch and it just melted immediately.
Yep.
Just last week.
Wow.
That's the new world for you.
I remember though in 1973 we had same situation. 1973 to 74. Again, there was almost no snow. It was warm. I canceled a trip to Florida because it was so warm up here. We didn't have to go.
Wow.
So you had
Holy cow.
weather changes back then too, but abnormal years. But were there as many, and were they as constant as what we're seeing now? But the next year again was a cold, like normal winter with some big snowstorms and usual instability in March and all that other stuff. I remember it returned to normal the next year. But now I'm not seeing that. It's like every year we're seeing this much warmer the weather with like violent cold snaps sometimes, but very rarely. Like where it'll be highs of 17 in New York. That used to be very rare.
Oh yeah.
We would have that. And it's the amount of change, like the severity of the change, like what they had in Paris, where they were breaking a year ago. They were breaking their records by 3 and 4 degrees Fahrenheit for their highest temperature measured. It wasn't just breaking the record by a half a degree, but several degrees.
Yeah.
And in Siberia, they were breaking it like by 30 and 35 degrees
Sheesh.
Fahrenheit that were
Holy cow.
above their highest recorded temperature in history.
Wow.
So it was like, especially at the poles, that's what worries me. That at
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
poles,
I think they're at the accelerating at the most, right?
that's where the climate change is accelerating the most.
And that's where we got to be worried the most, because that's where all the
Ice.
and then beneath that is all those diseases and stuff that have been trapped underneath there that are slowly being released into the world. So I guess it's just population control, in the end. But it's unfolding right now. It's, we're living in it.
Too many people.
Yeah, but that's a topic for another day in itself.
Yeah.
Well, it impacts meteorology, though.
It does. Just more people and stuff. You got more people expelling heat and more people farting, and you got all that methane we're producing. Especially me, So Taco Bell and stuff.
You're as bad as the cows. Quentin doesn't know that, but you got to be around here to hear the sound effects.
I do burp a lot too, but I don't know if that's bad for the environment. So
I don't think that's methane, is it?
I think it's just CO2, which is probably bad. Well, it's still bad for the environment, but I have plants in the house that absorb it and turn it back into oxygen, so I'm good.
So you're neutral.
I'm a neutral
You're
carbon.
carbon neutral.
I'm carbon
Cancels
neutral. But my car isn't, I can tell you that for sure. But it is run premium, so it is high, running a higher octane, so it is cleaner, essentially. So maybe I'm doing better for the environment at the expense of my wallet.
Right.
I can see how much I've spent so far this year on gas. I keep tracking it, or keep a record of it. Total fuel cost of this, at least in all. So I've had my car for about a year now. $3,100.
Mm-hmm.
I've spent.
Is
in
that
fuel.
normal?
That's just in fuel.
Okay. Well, you wanted a supercharged Subaru, so
Turbocharged, but
is that what
I still want a supercharger for it, but I'd have to buy another car for that.
But at least you're aware of what it's doing. Most people just buy the car they want. They don't worry about
I was fully aware that I would become bankrupt and that car would take control of my finances. And sure enough, the first month that I bought it, it took control of my finances.
it. Really?
Oh, yeah.
So it makes a Subaru a
Yes.
Subaru.
Literally everyone says don't buy a Subaru, or at least a WRX. They're fun as hell, man, but, man, when that shit breaks down, it's
Expensive.
not... The freaking, clutch is $2,000 alone. I needed a new rear differential. That was $2,000. The timing belt had to get done. That was what, $1,800.
That's what the dealer.
New tires, $1,000.
The dealer
my gosh.
mistreated Sam because they did not disclose all of these things. That
Oh
they
yeah,
must
they
have
just.
known.
But it's also a Dodge dealership, so I can't trust their their shitty business stuff. But
True.
yeah, they sent me a shitty clutch, and yeah, they really screwed me over. I was pissed, but I'm like,
Nice.
every car dealership does that. They screw you over.
That's well.
Oh, they're all
that-
sleazeballs.
They are.
They
They're
should
terrible.
be. That should be an exception that you get a car that was flogged like that. Somebody was hot rodding that car, and they didn't take care of it. They didn't change the oil when they should have.
Well, I think the
And
car
so-
was taken care of. It's all stock. I don't think it was ever manipulated.
Right,
But
that
it's
way
just-
it was all right.
But they never changed. They never did service on the rear differential, so they found chunks of metal. If you got to change oil on that, people
Oh.
don't realize that you have a gearbox. If you have an all-wheel drive car, you got a gearbox in your back wheels, and you got to change the oil in it. If you don't, it literally will grind up the gears and destroys it, and that's what happened in my case. Because it's easy to forget that. The timing belt is a critical component, but that's just it's a rubber belt, so it wears. It's not necessarily like you really don't take care of it. It's just you got to replace it at 100,000, or else you risk blowing the engine. It's just like the clutch, it's just, it will wear, but it just depends on how well you drive it or how well you take care of it.
How do we make car dealerships more climate conscious when they
just get rid of them?
Sell you a car,
just get rid of them,
and
just get rid of car dealerships altogether,
and have it be like a commons on the internet of people buying and selling cars to each other. More like eBay or something.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we have a lot of cars right now. It's like, why don't you just keep the car that you have and then take care of it more? But people want a new car every 2 years, or they want some, the
it's an appliance anymore.
And it's not an investment in any way. Like, you're supposed to buy it and use it. And, I think it's silly to buy a brand new car, because as soon as you drive it off the lot, you're going to lose the value in it, a big chunk of it. I mean, you got a nice warranty and, cushy benefits with that, but you got to pay extra for that.
Well, the car is in good shape and it's reliable.
But still,
you've got to have the money in the first place.
But they still have been making cars, and I think the quality's gone down too after COVID. Oh yeah, with staffing and supply chain issues and all this shit. The quality. They got. Tesla's had to recall stuff. They've had GM and Ford recall stuff. They put out brand new stuff and stuff fails. And these are brand new cars, and they've had people have had huge problems with it. Within the first few thousand miles.
That's bad for the environment.
So, it's like, why spend the money? Just get a used car.
So how do we get the environment to come
reduce,
first?
reuse, recycle? That's the whole thing. Is not buy brand new stuff. I barely buy. The mics that I buy, the audio recorder, camera lenses. I buy them all used. I will refuse to buy brand new because it's more expensive and it's more wasteful if you think about it. Why don't you reuse the stuff you already have?
If it's good.
If it's good, and that's why you take care of your stuff, and then you can reuse it, keep it for longer. You don't have to, replace it every 2 years. Banging it up.
People don't do
People
that.
don't. People don't. But that would be so much better for the climate if you reduced, reused, recycled. Reuse things, reuse clothing especially. I buy my clothing at Plato's Closet. It's cheaper. You're giving it new life. There's people that slave their lives away making brand new clothes. I'm like, why don't you save that? It's terrible for the environment, terrible for humanity.
That's why I have.
But people want brand new shit. They want a brand new $90. What was it at? We were at REI. How much was that? That flannel?
$90.
It was $90 for a fucking flannel.
Holy cow!
Are you kidding me?
It wasn't even insulated. It's just an ordinary flannel shirt. It's a nice shirt, but $90.
You go to Plato's Closet, that would be $10. Swear to God.
Used. Slightly.
And you wouldn't even tell it's used.
Well, the other thing is that everybody's trying to get me to get a new phone because your phone is 4 years old. Oh my God! But it's got an excellent camera that's better than anything I really need. But it's a great phone, but the phone company keeps reprogramming it, slowing it down, and
they do that.
I've got all these rare earth elements in my pocket, and the phone hardware is okay, but it's what the company is doing to it, which is environmentally unsound. They want me to throw my phone away and buy a new phone every year. And so even against Sam's advice, I still have my phone.
Right.
I try to hold on to it, but I'm being overpowered by corporate powers that want me to buy a new phone. And I don't understand why they can't see that even if you have $1 billion, you need to worry about the environment and not get people to throw the phone away or their car away every year or two. And make something that's sustainable. Money, yeah. It's all about money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should abolish money.
Well, I think they're slowly doing that, but the digital currency.
Well, that's money, though.
It is,
or a different form of power.
Well, it's all fake, but
social credits.
Yeah.
Social what?
We should start having social scores and stuff like China, where they publicly shame you if you jaywalk. They blast the picture up on a screen, and your social credit score goes down because you jaywalked and you broke the law, and they shame you for that.
They do, yeah. But believe it or not, Lyft and Uber have a social score. If you tip your driver, or you get a bad or a good review, that's all made a record of.
Jeez.
And so the next time you need to take an Uber, you might have to wait longer than someone else who has a better social score. That's already happening. So it's too much personal information, but
yeah.
So that's that's currency in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Your value as a human being is downgraded because you didn't tip the last driver on a taxi ride. And where is that information going to go?
Yeah.
So, and will that diminish your effectiveness as a meteorologist? Will they believe your data, or will they diminish your data because they associate it with this or that meteorologist who didn't tip their That's what I'm afraid AI will be used for instead of something correct. But,
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
but how do we get people away from their addiction to money and power? That's the thing, and pay attention to science.
Media. Get rid of the media
Well,
and social media, but
of course, the media is how the data is disseminated.
they also put their own twist on it too. It's like you got
Always.
this data, but it's like, oh, it goes through the
The
media,
filter,
and then they put their 2 cents in there, like, oh no, we got to change this, or we leave this part of this, out, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not really real. It's like, that's why I only go to the, I guess the NWS for NOAA for my, public forecasts and data. It's like I only would trust them because they put up
That's the least polluted.
least polluted. Yeah.
Okay, politically.
But I don't know why you would skew data, but on purpose,
Agenda.
intently. But I guess NOAA is doing that still. But
I know that it wouldn't stop the oil companies from trying to infiltrate NOAA and say, you can't report that. I wonder if it's ever happened. Like,
yeah,
it's like a high temperature in a certain...
Well, NOAA is a branch of the government,
Right.
so
So the legislatures will have an effect, the Congress will have an effect on it. They'll cut the funding if
Yeah.
they report something that the Congress or the oil companies don't want. I'm sure it's happened.
yeah.
Well, they've even done that where one of my coworkers is trying to set up a micronet, a smaller network of a web.
Independent?
No, this is gonna be part of the Mesonet, but he's trying to get it established on Whiteface Mountain, to try to get a dense network of
Accuracy there.
accuracy going up the mountain to see how the temperature changes, wind speeds, all that stuff.
That's a very dangerous mountain. In case
It
Glenn
is,
doesn't
and
know.
it's like you'd want data. You got the ski resort there, and I've heard that the ski resort, which is run by ORDA, which is a state, authority agency, whatever, they don't want the public to see that data because it might drive them away from going to the mountain. Because if you see that the wind speeds are 55 miles an hour and the wind chill's -20, they're like, oh, we won't go up there for the day.
Right.
So they think about, if we don't tell them data,
That's money.
then they'll still come up.
profits-
Yep,
Profits lost.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. So they don't want you to know. They're withholding that information just to make more money.
On that mountain, just so Quentin or other people know, there were, what was it, -100 or -80
That was
temperatures with 60-mile-an-hour gusts.
Oh, this was last year.
Right.
Wow.
And people died because the weather forecasting
Holy cow.
wasn't properly disseminated or was underestimated a little bit. And people got up there in, like, was it March, thinking he didn't need his real... And he was able to communicate that he was in trouble. He knew it, and he had cell phone service, but the winds were so high and the temperatures so adverse, they had to let him up there and die. They couldn't... maybe they did get him, but he died later in the hospital.
Mm.
But again, it was because with a little more accuracy in weather forecasting, he wouldn't have gone up that mountain. He was an experienced climber.
But it could also fall back onto the person for not looking at the weather.
Maybe.
If you're hiking up there, at
You wanna know
4,000
what the
feet,
weather is.
you probably should check the weather. But some people just don't have that connection. It's like why I see people wearing, Jordan sneakers, or they'll be wearing basketball shoes going up, Cascade Mountain and the high peaks. And we're talking, a 6-mile hike. You're going up rough, rugged terrain with rocks and slippery stuff. And they're going up there in sneakers, dude, in a freaking water bottle. Just one water bottle, no food, no bag, no,
Pay attention.
first aid kit or map, nothing.
This is the coldest, I believe it's the coldest point in the continental United States for the records for the lowest temperatures and the lowest average temperature. I think this is the coldest point in the United States. And so you don't go up on top of that mountain without...
Mount Washington or something?
Mount Washington it was, yeah.
People still do it. It's just people don't have that.
You went up Mount Washington, right?
Oh, I didn't hike it, but we drove up, and that was $55 to drive up Mount Washington. I think motorcyclists had to pay $60 to drive up Mount Washington.
Whoa.
$60.
The fee for entering out?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Because they have you buy the balls there too. It's like, where else are you going to get up? And then if you want to go up on the railway, the cog railway, it's like $120. Ridiculous.
So is that what the traffic will bear, or is that what they need to maintain the park, the national park?
Well, I think probably staff, and I think upkeep on the road too, especially. So, I mean, it's a tourist trap too, so they're making money off of that. It's like New York City, those high restaurants, they'll charge 30% more or whatever for the food because they can get away with it. It's the same principle.
Well, the other thing is there's no big profit up there staying in a motel or the.
But people do drive all over the country, and they have those, stickers. This car drove up Mount Washington, and it's like they pretty much monopolized off of that.
It's like
so they realize, we can make money, so they just they jack up the rates and.
Right, but there's no industrial need for that lodge to be up on top of that mountain.
No.
And so they have to make up the money somehow to maintain the roads because your tax dollars won't do it. Probably the politicians won't allow roads to be maintained in the national parks because all that funding is being cut. And I know that from Western North Carolina and the Blue Ridge Parkway, that all the park services have been cut down to the bone. So you can't drive the Blue Ridge Parkway in the winter.
Oh, they shut that down?
And all that's not being properly maintained like it was even 30 years ago. And so that again, that's politics and money. But it's also climate change too. The severity of the weather up in the Blue Ridge Parkway has changed a little bit too.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, but I just wonder in Mount Washington, you're talking about people's lives, and they can't fly a helicopter in.
Well, they charge you a search and rescue fee.
I wonder what that would cost.
I think you're talking in the thousands of probably 5,000 at the minimum. But that's the price you pay if you don't check the weather, if you don't prepare. I mean, it's kind of on you to prepare.
Simple things to prevent.
I mean, there's resources out there. I mean, I think maybe the government could do a better job putting signage up. I think, especially in New York, they lack good signage, like a big sign saying, know the weather, check the forecast, give you the links for it, give you the websites, give you resources. And then as long as they give that to you, it's up to you to use those resources to look at it, to prepare. But the government, I think, since they're controlling the lands and the trails, they should give you the information you need to know, and then you disseminate that, and you make the decision on your own accord.
Have a computer screen right at the end,
which I think would be great. Yeah.
Of the
or an interactive
of
screen.
The mountain trail or the mountain road, and say what the forecast is going to be before anybody goes up there. They'll see the screen or something.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice, or just signage saying, go to this website, scan this QR code, and it'll take you to a real-time page of data. That's all they need. That's all they need is a sign, big letters, where you check in. Do you have what you need? Here's the data. Here's where if you need help, you call this number. I mean, they're getting better. They have, some stuff, but I think they could make it more,
Right. Well, there again, I think weather data, even if you have something that you have to scan a QR code, a lot of people say, and not bother. That's why I say that if the data is right there on the screen.
That's true. They don't have to go anywhere.
They don't have to do any work because people are too lazy to scan the QR code or turn on the TV and look at the weather. And that's what happened to all those people in Buffalo. They should have known.
Right.
The data was there. The data was there for the
and I'm sure the government sent out that they send out alerts on your
warnings.
phone,
yeah,
and you can't turn that off. They will send it to you, and it's like if you have a tornado warning, a flash flood warning. I think they send those to your phone.
They did,
and I think they could do a better job. But
I get and the phone beeps even with the sound turned off. The phone will beep, and I'll look at it, and it'll be a tornado warning in New York City.
Right.
And it didn't happen, but it was good that
You're
knew
prepared.
that I wouldn't go out.
Right.
So.
And it's like, the government should be giving you that information because you're paying. It's a tax.
You're
paying for the data. You're paying for the services they provide, and they should be giving you the information you need to know. And then it's up to you how you want to use that information. You could be like, fuck it, I don't need it, or you could be like, I'm going to stay in home. I'm going to stay in home today and take it, easy.
Or I'll take a chance because I've got to see somebody in the hospital.
Or I have to go to work, or something.
And so weigh the risks.
But. Yeah.
Interesting. Not being a meteorologist, it's like, how do I get good data and how do I use it? And is it accurate? And what's my impact on the environment? All that sort of stuff. I want to know where I stand.
Right.
So, and the weather makes so much difference to that. It's not just that I have seasonal affective disorder.
Sad.
That's my problem.
So I guess.
Quentin, how long have you been interested in the weather? Did you first get into it in high school or as a child or?
So I kind of always been into it.
Uh,
Like it's kind of one of those things where you can't really remember a time when you weren't interested in it.
Okay, right.
And I really found my niche in the instrumentation side, and it kind of my interests and career kind of followed suit.
Right. So like a musician
And
who's interested in recording technology also.
exactly,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Okay.
The nitty gritty part of the field,
Right.
the technical stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm into. I love the hardware and the sensors and stuff. That always intrigued me from the get go. I think it's just got stronger. I mean, I was always interested in the weather itself. Severe storms and these big snowstorms you get, or ice storms that would kill power for 3 days or something. I remember losing heat, and I think we had to save our goldfish or something, and take our cats because we had electric heat and we lost power for a couple of days. And I think it got down into like the
50s,
30s. I think it got down even colder than that in our house.
Wow.
It was one of those bad ice storms, which when you get those every so often, like they can really wreak havoc. Those ice storms are really nasty.
Cut the water off and the electricity and everything.
It's bad, yeah, and especially if you got electric heat and stuff, you're fucked. Your fridge, all the stuff in your fridge is gone. I mean, I guess you could just put it outside and it would be okay, but it really wreaks havoc on life. But we haven't had those. It's like those ice storms, like I haven't seen them, the severe ones at least, in years.
Less common in Saratoga.
I mean, yeah, at least now in general in the Northeast, they're just not as common as they used to be. I feel like they would happen every couple of years, and it's every 5+. It seems like.
And you have all the power lines are above ground instead of where I come from in New York City. Everything's below ground.
You don't have
So we don't have outages.
Right.
Once in a great blue moon, we'll have an outage, but in most of the rest of America, the power is above ground.
True.
And so ice storms immediately disrupt that. How is it in St. Louis, Quentin? Do you have a lot of above-ground power, or is it below ground?
It's kind of a mixed bag. I think, mostly why. I know New York, most big cities like New York are kind of an exception with having utilities underground.
Right in
but I think it's significantly cheaper to just put it on utility poles.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
And
it's more
for
upkeep,
maintenance and such. Yeah.
So,
But like around here, we've got mostly above ground.
it's penny wise and pound foolish over the long term. It's more expensive if you get a disaster or something.
But then if you gotta if you gotta service the lines,
it's especially annoying.
If you gotta service
when we get.
You still gotta dig up the lines for that.
Yeah.
So you still gotta, and that's even more expensive than just replacing a pole or getting a bucket truck to go up there for a couple hours. So, it makes sense. I just can't wait till they
damned if you do, damned if you don't.
They got to come up with wireless power,
Where's Nicholas Tesla when we need him?
Yeah.
Yeah, take a page out of his playbook.
Well, I wonder if they'll ever come up with that. He thought they would, but.
Yeah, some way to trap energy from I don't know what kind of energy from the air and convert it into electrical. That would be crazy.
And transport it without any loss.
Yeah, is that even possible? And they can do it with radio, radio waves or stuff like that.
Short distance.
But that is
electromagnetic.
And
waves.
that is energy, though. Like you are transmitting energy across, the atmosphere using physics, I guess, essentially.
But the magnetism dissipates over distance, so it's how to get power without
You need
any
repeaters,
loss from
repeaters or
from a long range. That's what he didn't prescribe a way to do that. So he knew he would
not that we know of.
He made possible the electric grid that we had now with alternating current, with transformers that could transform low voltage, high amperage into high voltage, low amperage, and transmit it over power lines.
Mm-hmm.
So the power lines could be 100 miles long, but there'd be no line loss because of the high voltage. And then you convert it back into, using a transformer, convert it back into something that you can use in your house, and you're not going to have a lightning bolts coming out of the outlet. It's just 110, and you can even get across it and not get electrocuted. But he made possible the New York City subway, because it's like, how did they get the 600 volts in the rails? They had 12,000 volts of AC going between the power company and the subway tracks themselves. And right near the subway, they would have converters that would convert that 11,500 volts down to 600 volts that you could actually use to run a subway train that wasn't so dangerous. And that was his contribution of transmitting the current. But he was looking at wireless transmission too.
Well, now they have maglev, which I guess is kind of...
I don't know how that works, but...
that's like the new mode of transport, I feel like. That's one of the things that they is yet to take off. They use it, I think, minimally.
China.
In China, and, the high-speed rails, but
So
you're basically levitating. It's a levitating train
no friction.
with magnets. Yeah, no friction. And you don't need contact. You don't need any, direct contact to produce power. It's using, magnets.
Yeah, I still
super
don't
impressive.
I don't still know how the phones charge with
the wireless induction. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's kind of similar technology, but I really don't know either.
Yeah, it's the same concept as Tesla's whole thing.
Okay. So what is there, a coil in the phone that converts the magnetism to battery power charging?
It's like it matches the frequency or something.
Wow.
I don't know how it works.
It's like a transformer, basically, because transformers, the coils aren't touching. It's just the resonance of electromagnetic frequencies that allows it to, I'm not an electrical engineer, so I don't really understand how it works, but I think it's the same concept.
Wow. I guess I need to resubscribe to Popular Electronics for a description of how it works.
It's a good magazine. So, what kind of news do we have?
I don't know. Kansas Measurement followed me on Twitter.
Oh, that's awesome. Just out of the blue?
Yeah, I think it was prompted by my station picks.
Did you see I tagged Campbell Scientific for you? Nice.
Yeah.
Because they usually like seeing stuff using their setups and stuff, and they'll repost it with like their hashtag Campbell Sci in the field or something. So like they like getting real, pictures from real setups and stuff. So I'm hoping they pick it up because, good things I think would happen from that.
Hope so.
I.e. a job offer. Which would you take that if they offered you a job tomorrow or on Monday?
Yeah.
Without a doubt, just say yes, and you would move all of your stuff to
Yeah.
Logan, Utah. Nice.
Definitely.
Nice. You should definitely go for it. Utah's sick out there. They're like in a prime location.
That's awesome.
Amazing out there. You're at like 6,000 feet elevation, and you're in the valley at the Salt Lake Basin there. Surrounded by mountains. Crazy. They get crazy inversions and weather stuff, or weather in the summertime.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yes.
Where was this you were talking about?
Utah.
Utah.
Salt Lake City, just north of it. One of the
Logan, Utah.
So one of the suburbs to the north of Salt Lake. It's where one of the companies that makes, I guess, one of the leaders in weather equipment, Campbell Scientific.
They're like the data logger.
Yeah, that data logger that I showed you is made by them.
Utah.
And that's pretty much the industry standard. You look at every mesonet, they use Campbell Scientific. Yeah, they're worldwide. I mean, everything. They're on Mount Everest. I mean, I'm sure they're up on Mount Everest right now.
They're on the space station.
Are they really?
Wow.
The data loggers? What do they use them for? Just like the
Oh, I don't know.
Wow.
Is the company located there because of the wild weather they have in northern Utah?
Might be.
So somebody else was a technical geek who formed that company and thought, we've got to make equipment that can measure all of this and figure out what the hell's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Campbell Scientific was formed through a government contract.
okay,
Oh, it was.
Oh, let me look here. I think it was a vibrating wire anemometer or something. Look
a
here.
vibrating anemometer.
I'm not familiar with those. Oh wow.
Let's see.
Oh, finally hit a 60. We got a 60 mile per hour gust so far just now.
Here?
Out in Buffalo on the right on Lake Erie.
Wow.
60,
Oh,
62.
wow.
Post-frontal. They got good lake effect bands coming in right now. So
40 miles from us.
yeah, Buffalo's probably 60-ish miles, 50, 60 miles. Yeah, they get really crazy winds.
Well, just looking at your
Sorry,
anemometers
it was
weren't working.
Oh, they should be spinning.
They weren't this morning.
in 1973. The Campbell family met with NOAA to determine the feasibility of developing a laser anemometer.
Oh,
A
what?
what anemometer?
Laser?
A laser anemometer.
It'd be like a sonic or?
Oh, I
Laser.
don't know.
Laser is a
Oh,
light,
this was
light
before
beam.
sonic
Laser is a
anemometers.
light beam.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what it would do to a light stream if you had a transducer at the other end of the light beam could measure the deflection of the light by wind density or wind velocity or something. Is that how those work?
I have no idea. I know with ultrasonics, they use the delay in sound pulse to derive speed and direction based on
it's called a laser
through speed of sound.
a laser Doppler anemometer. That's what they call it.
Wow.
Here it is on Google.
And so that would be a more accurate anemometer because it wouldn't just measure the wind speed at one pinpoint. It would be over 100 feet or something that you'd have a certain distance that would take a better average of the wind speed. Am I reading that right? Or does the anemometer just measure a laser beam that's only an inch long?
Oh, I have no idea. There's not. I'm not sure how that would work. It was the CA9 path averaging laser anemometer. So it might have averaged. I'm not sure. This was in 1974.
That early?
Yeah.
No calibration is needed. Measurement distance can range from centimeters to meters. Velocity can range from 0 to supersonic. Try getting.
Meters? How many meters did it say?
The distance can range from centimeters to meters.
Meters, okay.
And then the velocity can range from 0 to supersonic. Whereas
Supersonic.
where, these anemometers in my backyard can only go up to
100.
220 maybe they're rated sustained gust maximum. Right, Quentin? It's
100 meters per second.
100 meters per second.
Which is 223 miles per hour.
So faster than that, what happens? Is the friction in the bearing, or sensors can't?
I don't know if it can pick up.
That's a good question.
Can they?
It might centrifuge apart. I'm not sure.
Well, at that point, I mean,
it would self-destruct, in other words.
Yeah. Well, our software engineer at the Mesonet said that when they're in Oklahoma, we'd get a site that would get a direct hit by tornado. The only thing that would be missing from the tower is the propeller anemometer that would be blown off the tower because it just can't handle. And that's, if you think about it,
it's centrifugal force.
Debris.
Centrifugal force.
Right. And it basically self-destructs. So everything else was fine somehow. So.
It's the debris that's hitting it.
And that too, yeah.
You can subject the anemometer to 5 million miles per hour, whatever.
Right.
It's if you've got it being pelted by grains of debris.
Or or two by fours.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
a cow.
Flying.
We got cows.
No.
God.
Should watch that movie today.
Which movie?
Twister. It's basically why everyone went into meteorology or something. It was like the biggest, I guess, what do you call it?
Weather interest
Yeah.
kind of movie.
Yeah, it's like got people really.
It's a cult classic.
Yeah.
How old is it now?
It's from what, 98 or something, 99,
95.
95. Great movie. Great movie.
Or 98.
That is
Yeah,
the movie
maybe
that got me
98.
into weather, and I was like, I want to be a redneck in Oklahoma chasing tornadoes.
1996.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that one.
It's a very good movie. It's with I think Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton.
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow. Well, one of these days, maybe we'll have to pay you to go to, or get a sugar daddy to pay you to go to Oklahoma and chase tornadoes.
that's on the agenda for one of these years down the road.
Right.
I do want to chase tornadoes.
Have you ever seen one?
No.
Okay. I witnessed the black sky of the tornado that hit Moore, Oklahoma in 2013.
Oh.
I was in Oklahoma. I
Really?
was 4 miles from that tornado that killed, 50 people or something.
I think.
And
Wow.
we all went out into the, I was working with friends, and we all went out to watch it because the storm track had touched down, and it was 4 miles from us. And I was looking for it, but the sky it was like a wall of black between us, and all we could see is flashes of power cables being destroyed. And then I realized my friends were on their phones. I didn't have a smartphone, but a friend of mine said, "Look at this." And they were looking at a shopping center where he had just been with his girlfriend the night before for a movie, and the tornado was tearing the marquee off the theater and lifting up cars and piling them 3 deep in the parking lot, and they were on fire.
Wow.
And they were watching this in real time on their phones.
Holy crap.
And we were 4 miles from it.
Wow.
So it hit home for me because that's where my friends lived. That's where they owned houses. And after like a minute later, that crossed the highway into a subdivision where people's homes had been demolished by an earlier tornado like 15 years before.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the tornado take exactly the same track and clean those people's homes off the lot so that all that was left standing was the driveway going up to it?
Mm-hmm.
And it looked like it had been swept clean.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't even any debris on the site, and a lot of people died
Slabbed.
because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, we knew it was possible, but the reporting wasn't fast enough for those people to evacuate. And they figured, lightning isn't going to strike.
Well, even if
the
you're
same
in your
place.
basement and that thing hit, you probably were going to die because that would literally just suck you out, or you just die from everything collapsing on you.
Right. Most of them didn't have basements.
And I think
But-
winds were well over 200 miles an hour at this point. I think that was an EF5, so that was probably 220 plus.
Right. And so the most horrifying situation maybe should have been anticipated, but in a day school with small children, they went down in the basement. They had a basement. The basement flooded, unfortunately. The school collapsed on top of the entrance, and the teachers and their students drowned because they couldn't get out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was happening while we were watching that
Wow.
tornado. 15 kids and their teachers were trapped and couldn't get above ground. And so if we had better meteorological reporting or predicting, or people paying more attention to the predictions, could that have been avoided? I don't know, because there are too many people in one place again.
Right.
It was
210 miles per hour.
Yeah.
right. I actually saw like cars being picked up off the parking lot, and then the pictures the next day were 3 cars deep in some places in the parking lot,
Or some of them would be wrapped around trees. They'd be.
burned. Right.
Yeah.
Just
It's
unbelievable.
insane.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I had to drive the highway 2 days later, and everybody, of course, was stopping and rubbernecking, and I almost missed my flight. But I thought, oh my God, their whole neighborhood was gone. where there had been people's houses. It was just level.
Jeez.
There's nothing left. So it would have been interesting to see the tornado, but I think if I were close enough to see it with the blackout around it, I could have been hit with debris and killed from that. Because a lot of people died from flying debris too. So they're dangerous. So
Right.
I hope you'll be all right when you see your
Well,
first
yeah,
tornado.
that's the problem is you gotta be a safe distance, and
Right.
you know, so you really gotta know what you're doing. So that's why a part of me is still skeptical.
And know whether it's coming towards you or away from you, so you can
Right.
take off.
And it's like you gotta know. It's like you gotta have the radar. You gotta have real time data to look at, because that stuff changes by the second. At that point, that stuff could change on you, and within a minute it'll be coming towards you, and
You can't see it when it's coming towards you.
right.
You
And it
can't
depends
perceive
if it's rain wrapped. I mean, it puts you in an even tougher position. So,
visibility is down.
and it's assuming that probably a good 99% of the tornadoes move southwest to northeast. So you can assume that you can kind of use that as reference and
That's
say
your
you
storm
shouldn't be
track.
to the northeast of it. You should be down, south of the tornado, looking at it and still following it. But obviously that can change too. I mean, that's just, most of the time they follow that path, but they could change or deviate from that.
And with better weather data reporting,
Well,
be
even with
able to
radar
track-
data, it changes. Even the fastest scan is, I think, what are we down to, Quentin? A minute or
minute.
two?
It can get, I think with sales, it can get down
I think
to
a minute.
a few minutes.
But you're thinking this is still a mechanically moving Doppler radar, so it has to spin around, and by the time it doesn't, it's got to do one full spin, and then it tilts upwards. It'll do another spin.
Well, that's with the volume. That's with the sales. You can select
Oh, what?
how
And
long
they
you
usually-
want the coverage pattern, so you can do it quicker. Like I think a couple times they were doing minutely.
But they probably
actually.
did half a degree and like a degree scans. They probably weren't going above like a couple degrees.
But that's all that matters.
Yeah,
at
it
that
is.
point.
It is. But
So we still need more information for tracking.
But those are still
tornadoes. It's
slow
too-
enough, considering they still have to rotate it fully around 360 degrees to scan it, and then by the time it comes back around, the storm's already
It's
changing.
changed.
But the new generation of radars, the phased array, which are kind of like solid state, you just have one radar that sits, and there's 4 different panels of, these arrays, I guess, of radar sensors or whatever. So you got 4 of them in each direction, and they all send out pulses simultaneously, so you get data from every direction all at the same time.
They did away with that, and
Oh, they did?
they're doing a pedestal azimuth thing with the single panel.
A what?
They're doing that similar as the WSR 88D with the single panel. So it's
Okay.
phased array, but it will rotate.
Oh, it's still. Why are they doing that? What was wrong with phased array?
Oh, I don't know. It's still phased array, but it's just on a pedestal.
Oh, it's not going to be the
No.
4-panel, quadrant setup or whatever. Oh, okay.
No.
Not being a meteorological technician, do these radars need a receptor? So, like when you send a signal out, do you have to be like 100 feet away to receive the signal, or
It bounces back.
It
It's just-
bounces-
It's I think just sound waves, right?
or radio waves?
It's
Oh, it is
radio
radio?
waves.
What am I? Oh, no,
Ra-
sonar
ra-
is
radar
sound,
is
sorry.
radio.
That's
And-
right.
and
I'm
so-
thinking of sonar.
So
It's let me see what band it is. It's C or S band.
I think it's C.
so the radio waves go out and hit a motion of a
It hits.
air
It
mass.
hits particles. You're
particles.
talking like precipitation molecules, or
Yeah, it's an S band.
it even picks up. These
Which
radars
is-
picks up migrating, birds or stuff. They can pick up when birds take off. They can see it on the radar, and insects too. They've
Yeah,
even
it's
seen
a
like
10
cicadas.
centimeter wavelength, so it's super sensitive to
Small.
atmosphere
Yeah, it
phenomena.
can pick up very small. That's why some of it's tough for it to decipher what it is. It doesn't know if it's a rain droplet or if it's somebody's piece of the siding on their house. But with the technology is
Well, it can decipher.
well now
that.
they can, but before before dual pole they couldn't.
Oh,
the computer
yeah.
power must be enormous to be able to
And I-
decipher all that.
And I think they have to run a direct line from the radar site to the office directly. They can't go over.
The data cable.
So I think they needed to run their own cable there. Maybe I'm wrong, but or at least maybe for security reasons.
I just find it amazing that you could send a radar signal out and get it off a particle in the atmosphere and have
They can
a
decipher whether if it's hail or
of a sensor.
snow or rain.
The sensor would have to be so sensitive to receive the reflection from like.
Well, it's a 30-foot dish too.
Oh, these are massive.
Oh, okay. So that helps concentrate it to a point where you're gathering a very sensitive amount of information at a great distance and having it reflect or something.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You can get a couple 100 miles of decent data, or probably up to 100 miles of good data.
100 miles.
Yeah. But then it starts to taper off. The curvature of the Earth and stuff. The pulse is still going straight where the Earth is curving, so you get loss of data.
You're at too
so
high
it's shooting higher
altitude.
up. Yeah, it's shooting higher up into the atmosphere, which you don't. You want it, but there's no way to curve it. I don't think yet.
So then you need a different dish.
Well, yeah, you need. That's why it's like the mezzanine. They have sites spread out. Every couple 100 miles. There's a site in Buffalo. There's one up in the Tug Hill. There's one in Burlington. There's one in Albany. One in I think on the island.
Yeah, they cited the radars based on population. So the lowest 5,000 feet or whatever would always be over like population centers.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
And then you get, you go to the middle of the country, in the middle of the desert. There's, radar stations for, hundreds of miles because there's nothing out there. But I forget how many there are across the whole U.S.
I hate to be a name dropper, but I shook the hand and saw the engineering of one of the men who helped develop the captivity magnetron in World War II, which helped win
Wow.
The captivity magnetron is the sensor that produces radar and receives radar. And this man actually helped develop it as an Army Corps of Engineer man in World War II. And he was our best audio engineer in the 50s and 60s.
Wow.
And he recorded classical music with Mercury Records, which considered the best sounding recordings because this guy was an actual scientist and could service very high-tech microphones, tape preamps, and tape decks, and was adapting the latest technology and built his own tape decks in the 50s and 60s. So this was a man who really, you want to talk about a techie, and he was just an ordinary cigarette smoking guy, and described how a captivity magnetron worked. I couldn't conceive of it. What he was trying to explain to me at 17 years old, I could not understand what a captivity magnetron does and how they could send out a signal and then measure the reflection from a submarine or a battleship 25 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what made it possible for us to win World War II. But to think that it has progressed that far.
And it's still the same technology, right?
That same technology is now so precise they can look at something 100 miles away, like an air particle moving 100 miles away.
And they know the speed too and
know
where
the
it's
speed
going.
And what it is.
And what size it is too, yeah.
There must be like fantastic computing.
Oh yeah,
that would have
insane
to sort that all out and make it usable.
Yeah, and they're expensive to upkeep because they were implemented in 1988.
That soon. Wow.
And so they've been servicing these radars since 1988, and they haven't replaced them, or they've just continued extending them because they're just so reliable, and the data they put out is insane.
Yeah, and
they don't really need to do anything
use
else.
An improved microwave generator called the Klystron.
I've heard that.
Which I guess is like it's better than the magnetron for like this kind of application.
I've heard that. Klystron? Right.
Yeah.
What is the difference between that and a captivity magnetron?
That is a great question.
I'm always the techie. I want to know how it works and what's actually happening. But maybe it's like a captivity magnetron. If I couldn't understand that, I probably wouldn't be able to understand the new technology. But it's like
in a klystron, the electron is injected normally from the cathode, but in the case of a magnetron, the electrons are forcefully injected.
It's forcefully ejected from a magnetic field, isn't it?
In a klystron, the electrons move linearly in the tube, and in the magnetron, the electrons follow a spiral path from the cathode to
Right.
anode.
That's the part I didn't understand, how it spun the electron through the captivity magnetron. But one of these days, somebody will be able to explain it to me. But, so I can't even comprehend the technology that was available in 1943. So I don't have a degree in engineering.
I think it's the oscillation of the magnetic current. It sheds electrons, and how it's built, like it doesn't allow the electrons to come back to the center because they're being forced around, so they end up getting shed,
Spun.
like outward. And those cavities are what resonate. So the electrons are spinning, and that causes the resonance with the cavities, and that's what creates the microwaves.
Okay.
I think that's
So
how it
a
works.
microwave is a magnetic, not an electric wave.
Yeah, it's an electromagnetic wave.
Okay. So when I heat something in my micro, it's just magnetic waves that are such high frequency
Yeah,
they cause
and
the heat.
and just like Doppler radar for weather, that microwave frequency is sensitive to water vapor, and that's why microwaves are microwaves, is because that wavelength can heat up water.
It's so short that it can find the shapes of things.
It oscillates the water molecules.
And so
You can kill people that way with the death rays. It literally like boils your particles, and like you literally like explode. It's
Yeah,
insane.
you get cooked
yeah, yeah.
alive
it is dangerous, right?
Oh yeah, very.
from the inside
I think
out.
if you stood in front of a one of those microwave dishes, on top of cell towers, I mean, it would fry you. They're very, very powerful too.
Yeah, you would
Oh,
heat
yeah.
up.
Your microwave oven would fry you
Oh,
if,
yeah.
if the door stayed open and it stayed on. But what I'm trying to think is, how does the microwave reflect and go out and sense what's going on in the atmosphere and return it to usable data? Is it like there's something sending out microwaves and another thing like a receiver to
So
receive the data?
the radar pulses. So it was kind of hard for me to understand how it worked, but basically how they say it, how they put it is, the radar is listening like 99.9% of the time. It's that 0.01% that it is actually
Sending it out.
pulsing the microwave. And so it's just it pulses like a microsecond, and then that's all the time it needs for it to listen. So it pulses, waits for it to receive, pulse, receive, pulse, receive. It does this at the scale of like microseconds.
Okay, so it's a quick
as
pulse
it's-
and then a
as it's
long listening
rotating.
to see for
Yeah,
distance.
exactly.
Okay.
And so the returns can then be computed into what's called IQ data, which is essentially like the raw pulse data, which can then through like computing and stuff can be deciphered into radar products.
In other
So that's how you can like
by distance and amount,
yeah,
time,
and then
or time
from,
elapsed
like you
and
can
amount.
yeah, you can derive everything from that.
Hmm.
You can decipher like the vertical beam width, the vertical beam from the horizontal, so you can decipher the type of precipitation, whether it's biological or not, whether it's non-meteorological, if it's like debris or rain. You can figure it all out. You can determine like the density of the medium that it's traveling through, so you can which is phi, which is differential phase shift, which is like the difference in time, like the propagation of the wave, like like so many crazy things you can do with it.
Okay. I missed the last like 15 seconds ago what you said.
With the differential phase shift, right?
Is that what it was?
I think that's what it was. Yeah. You're right. What is that again?
Yeah, so phase shift is, if I understand it correctly, it's the difference in time of propagation. So like the speed of propagation between that medium. So you can determine like if it's hail or not or whatever.
Yep.
And then specific differential phase shift is a product where it's like degrees per kilometer. So it's used, I believe it's used for hail detection, because hail is a much
Larger particle.
denser medium than water. So while its magnitude smaller than anything detectable, it'll still slow down that wavelength. So you can decipher, you can use that to your advantage and determine like what medium it's going through.
Okay. When you say phase shift, is it a phase shift between like impedance in a wire where the current is out of phase with the voltage, or is it the microwave is out of phase with what's being sent out, or it's...
Yes, I believe it's the latter.
Okay. But the phase is so short that, say if the phase was like two waves or three waves out, how would it know whether it's 20 or 40?
It's just
or
the
80?
offset of that, the matching return.
Okay. So it's not offset by that much that it would completely invert and be like 110% out of phase.
No,
Okay.
it's just that minor offset.
Very small amounts that have to be. Okay.
Right.
So I guess we're talking about, is a microwave as fast as the speed of light, or what's the speed of a microwave?
Yes, I believe so, because like light, it's an electromagnetic wavelength, so it's all kind of on the same spectrum.
Okay.
So that's why it can be done so quickly.
So it's so high speed. Okay.
Right.
I was thinking like with in my business we have like the hysteresis of magnetics in solid metal and so forth is much slower, and so we're talking about like same thing as impedance in a speaker. You can measure it in cycles per second, or like
Yeah.
and the and the out of phase characteristic is just between voltage and amperage, and it shows up as resistance, like the current is lagging behind the voltage, and so it shows up as 8 ohms or 16 ohm resistance, but that everything's happening so much slower. I can see it than the speed of light. It's just
Right.
it's requiring so I understand impedance as far as like a magnet is concerned, but it sounds like we're dealing with impedance of a magnetic wave, or a reflection of a magnetic wave, and how long it takes something at the speed of light to go out and hit something 200 feet away and then come
Right.
back, I guess. Is that what we're
Yeah.
Okay. Now it begins to make sense to me. But how you compute all that, my God. It's like,
With
That's where-
with
that's
powerful
we
computers.
need
It's
AI.
above my pay grade.
Okay. You need a three PhDs to understand it, probably.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated, very in depth. A lot of math, a lot of calculus and all that
Yeah.
stuff. A lot of math.
Above my head.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was lousy at math, so. But Sam here, did differential equations.
No, I'm lousy there. I'm lousy at math.
You had to pass calculus to get a
Well,
degree in meteorologist.
Let's see, what did I get in Calc 2? I think
A
I got
C.
I slid by with a D-, I think, in Calc 2.
Oh, really?
I was on thin ice at that point. Like, I was so close, and I think the guy just barely passed me just to get me on.
Wow. Because people have
Yeah.
tried to explain calculus to me, and one person, Brennan, was able to explain what it was, but I was never able to really
I never
figure
fully
out how to
grasped it.
do it, how to
Yeah.
make use of it. But
It's tough.
some people are brilliant enough to see exactly what calculus is compared to how you use it and apply it.
I think it makes more sense when you apply it. When you're just looking at it its root, raw form, it's tough to get your hands around it. But once you apply it to a science like meteorology, you're like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of hard when it's abstract.
Yeah, because at that point, it's just
theoretical.
It's still theoretical, yeah. And then you have to apply it, and you can actually see use of it. And like, oh yeah, that's what that integral's for, because you're evaluating for I don't know, wind vortice or something, and it's
or increase in curving over time,
Right.
all this sort of
Yep,
stuff,
yep.
Logarithmic curves and so forth. And he could plot those things. That's what engineers have to do.
yeah.
So I don't know.
Math.
How are we going to use all this technology? But that's why everybody's afraid of AI. Like, AI will be able to use the technology, but we won't, because we're not smart enough.
It'll outsmart us, I think.
Right.
But you still need people to run those computers, because essentially it's all run on computers, and you need people to run it. People to program it. People to
Human hands have to handle it.
they'll break down. You have to clean the dust out of them, and like they need parts replaced, or the CPUs get fried out, or you get a power surge, and you got to replace stuff.
So hopefully AI will recognize that we're important too and not kill us off as a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
The AI grows sentience, but forgets it has a battery and it dies.
Yeah.
It'll figure that out ahead of time and say, well, we better keep a few of these human beings around.
Just
Hopefully.
a couple. Yeah.
I wonder if it'll figure that we're worthless because we're polluting the earth, and maybe you all ought to go or something like that, because we're eating too many
McDonald's cheeseburgers or something,
burgers.
which are probably just all pink slime at this point.
No, they're still environmentally unfriendly.
Ground up
Yeah.
bugs.
Yeah.
Got a lot of mosquitoes. We could start making mosquito burgers. Good protein in there.
Yeah.
We got enough mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Why kill all these cows? Just start trapping all these.
They eat
mosquitoes.
cockroaches in China.
Yeah.
That's good protein,
Is it?
right?
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. But we're in America. We can't. That's too,
We'll have
foreign to us.
We'll have cockroach farms then, like
Yeah.
salmon farms.
Jeez. Good luck trying to sell that. Imagine going to Costco and you'd have, bulk. You'd have bulk cockroaches. You just get a bag. You get a daily pound.
It's environmentally friendly.
Yeah.
God.
Collected from the store floor and
man.
back, or from New York City apartments.
No, guaranteed sterile.
Guaranteed. Jeez.
I don't know. We have to get over the ick factor of environmentalism, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, you do.
But we need AI to help us with that.
Just not too much. We still got to keep it at an arm's length,
Keep it
Use it, but don't abuse it. Oh, what just happened? Did we lose him?
Lose Quentin?
I think we did. Maybe his battery down in his phone or something. Should maybe call him back. I don't know if it times out after a while.
Is that a Zoom?
Oh, it's just through FaceTime. That's weird. I wonder if his phone died or something. It just cut out. Yeah, maybe it. This is not looking good. Well, I can always edit this part out.
And,
All right, I'll try this again. Oh. There we go. Let's just accept it. Oh, there we go. What happened?
Sorry, my phone died.
I figured, because it just cut out.
Because the inferior Apple doesn't allow me to plug in my headphones and charger.
Oh, you gotta get AirPods or something, or Bluetooth.
Yeah.
did the phone battery die, or was it timed out or something?
No, I think your phone died, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the battery. Interesting.
Nice. What were we talking about? I think we were in between.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I was worrying about AI taking over too
Oh,
much.
yeah.
But
It's out of our control.
Well, we have to keep it under our control.
Uh-huh.
But that's
Yeah.
the point. But and how to utilize it best to manage weather data that's going to become unmanageable by human beings. But like you guys have so much better technical grasp of what these machines sensors do
Mm-hmm.
and what the equipment has to accomplish and how it does it. Like it's a fantastic amount of technology there.
Right.
But we badly need it because the weather is becoming increasingly misunderstandable.
And
It's
crazy
getting-
and hectic and out of the ordinary, so we can't predict it because it's becoming unpredictable.
because it's
Right.
it's evolving faster than we can have experience to keep track
And,
of it.
yeah, and the technology to keep up with it.
Right.
You know. Well, it's always going to be a challenge. I mean, you're never going to beat it. You know, it's always going to be a challenge. It's just you're improving that challenge and making it more efficient or making it, work with what you got. But you're never going to win. It's just always a battle. So,
Right.
battle to be right or battle to have the best forecast or whatever it may be.
Keep the technology out of the hands of the government for killing people in wars or something like that, and use it for weather data forecasting instead.
Yeah, which most of it is. They
That's
use it
good.
pretty well. So,
I want my taxes well spent.
well, 50% of that's going to the military. So,
Yep.
right, or something, 40, 50%.
54%.
Oh wow, that's
we
a
know.
lot. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Holy cow.
Yep,
That's too much.
That's what it is. That's the military budget.
But then if you look at the contracts for it, it's like, if they wanted to order, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a example. Like they would get, stuff made, they get parts or whatever for their vehicles, let's say. I don't know, let's say they'll get a truck, the Army will buy 10,000 trucks. And it's like those normally would cost, let's say, $10,000 on the street. But then the military gets the bill for it, and the company's upcharged it to, $50,000 a truck.
Profiteering.
Oh, yeah. So the military's spending all of this crazy money because these companies are profiting off of it, these government contracts. And they do it for everything. You get just a simple part, and they jack up the rates by like 300%. And then they bill the military. And guess who pays for that?
Because,
We do.
Yeah. Because
They all do it.
the company can, if they can get away with it, they can.
They're just milking. They're just milking the cow.
Yeah, that's what happened in World War II.
Yep.
But the guy that
Pretty much.
that helped invent the captivity magnetron told me that the advantage of it is that because of the urgency of having to win a war is what produced the captivity magnetron in the first place. It might not have happened for another 10 or 15 years, but it had to happen right then and there, or we might have lost the war. So that technology translated into better sound recordings, which is what he was interested in primarily. And that's why right after the World War II, we had tape recorders and much higher quality of sound data and recording techniques. And that's why recordings sounded so much better right after World War II, it was because of the technology that was available as a result of the war. So that was a good peacetime use for the technology. And I'm sure I'm sure some of the technology is being used to kill people right now, but hopefully they can use it for data collection for weather too.
Yeah.
But so there's a bad side and a good side to it. And how do we keep the bad side out of it politically without somebody profiteering? As weather scientists, that's the question I ask you guys. Like, do we have to be politically active to promote weather science, or will weather science take care of itself as a result of the technology advances that take place for wartime? That's going to take eternal vigilance on the part of the American citizen.
Yeah.
vote for the right candidates who will use the technology constructively, in other words, instead of destructively, for profits, for corporations.
Not nowadays. I don't know if that'll ever happen.
Yeah. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 800 or the 2,000-pound elephant in the room. That's it's politics.
Yep.
And profits. So, holding back science, or is it promoting science for good reason? So, Quentin, before I forget, have you ever seen a tornado? Because you're more prone to
I
get
have.
them down. Really?
I've seen a few. The first one I saw was in Illinois. It was just a random. It was just luck based, purely. It wasn't that big, but the cloud base was so low that it looked like a wedge.
So it wasn't like a long water spout or something like that.
No, it was out in the cornfield. It was pretty stout, and if it hit something, it probably would have been incredibly strong.
Did it hit any like houses or any specific?
No, thankfully not. It was just over farmland.
So it wouldn't have been dangerous debris or something flying out from it that would have endangered you, or you were that close to it, or?
I was pretty close to it, but I kind of gauged the distance and where it was going, so I was able to
Drive away from it?
just kind of follow it.
Wow. How long did it last?
It lasted about 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes.
Not bad.
It was on the ground that long?
Wow.
I've seen like small water spouts at the Jersey Shore, and they were kind of vague and not very well defined, but very small. And I just thought, is this going to become a tornado or not? And it would just disappear in a matter of seconds.
Right.
But that's the closest I've ever come to seeing one.
Yeah, we get them a lot. I know Lake Erie gets
Tornadoes?
No, they get water spouts quite frequently.
Yeah, those lakes get tons of water spouts.
Especially
There's
up
actually a
Oswego
whole
has seen them a lot too.
research group dedicated to documenting them and stuff.
Yeah. It happens up here surprisingly. So.
Can they be dangerous if you're out in a boat?
Yeah, I would assume so, but they're pretty tame for the most part. I mean, I don't think the winds get maybe much above I don't know. I feel like they could get up to 50 miles an hour, 60. If you got a good spin up there, maybe. Right, Quentin? Because some of those Duff's Devils can really whip up. Those winds can whip up quick.
Yeah.
You got to be
really
right next to the thing, though. With 10 feet away, you won't
really.
feel much. Yeah.
Right.
But they're pretty weak. I don't think they'd be able to lift a boat up or anything.
I think I saw some dust devils in Oklahoma. They were just little coils, like 5 or 10 feet in diameter. They were only there for a few seconds.
They're pretty cool.
And that was right during the tornado season, when we had the hail. The day before the Great Moore tornado, we had a hailstorm, and they predicted tornadoes for that day, the day just before the tornado. And the hail was golf ball sized or even larger, and I didn't get outside. I couldn't go outside because the hail was too dangerous.
Wow.
It would have hit me in the head. But it knocked the windshield and the rear windshield out of the car completely. Just
Holy
like
shit.
there had never been a windshield there in the first place.
Wow.
And I looked up at the sky just before it and just after it, and the sky was completely blue for about a third. It was completely black for about a third, and then there were these huge cumulonimbus clouds in the other third. And it was like a confluence of violently different weather systems right over where I was standing. It was like almost like a pie divided in thirds.
That's pretty cool.
With these completely different weather. And then we got the tornado warning. I had to go inside.
Wow.
And that's when we got the hail. And then the next day was the Moore tornado. And but the day before that, I had to shelter inside. I was told to get inside a double insulated in the voicing room in the shop because that was a building inside of a building because they were afraid that it could pull the roof skylights off the building where I was in.
Wow.
So it was a tornado, serious tornado warning that I had to shelter in place for just the day before the Moore tornado. But the data or the forecasting was accurate enough that where we were, 4 miles south of the tornado track, there was not a tornado alert for us, but there was a tornado alert for the town 4 miles from us. That's how accurate it was.
Wow.
And it touched down right there and went right through it. It was amazing. But so people sheltered in place, but it wasn't enough to shelter in place.
Oh yeah.
The ones that evacuated got away.
Yeah. Yeah. Or just don't live there in the first place.
Right. A lot of people.
Yeah, it's a pretty.
It's like moving to the desert Southwest and they don't have water. It's like, why would you move there if they don't have water? Like, why would you still move there? It's all these old, 95-year-old old farts that retire in, their golf course, retirement community with their their golf cart.
They just put up with it.
They just put up with it. Yeah. It's like 100 degrees there. I'm like, how do you put up with this? I mean, that heat could kill you, and they still live out there. And
Old people prefer heat.
I know, because I think you get colder as you get older, right?
Well, people who lived in Moore, Oklahoma, could remember a tornado that was just about as bad in the late 90s, I think. And they had the second Moore tornado demolished their second house. They'd actually lost 2 houses within 13 or 15 years.
Holy crap.
Was that the tornado actually followed exactly the same track as the earlier one.
And that almost never happens. Like
Really?
Yeah, I think it's very rare that they would follow the same track, but
and especially in a non-mountainous area, like there are hills in Oklahoma, but it's fairly flat. And
yeah.
That's why the tornadoes can form there. There's nothing to stop the winds.
Yep.
So, like, why was that a coincidence, or was it a likelihood that the next tornado will follow exactly that track again?
Where
was
this?
Was this Moore?
This Moore tornado in 2013.
Yeah, so statistically, obviously Oklahoma gets a lot of tornadoes, so it's just like it's kind of bound to happen.
Anyway,
statistically, at some point.
But
like for their case, they just got extremely unlucky.
Or people living in Florida and they get hit by 3 hurricanes, which is totally plausible.
But a hurricane is just so much bigger.
It is, yeah.
It's less precise.
Yeah. That's true. It's like lightning hitting in the same spot. That's even less than a tornado hitting the same spot. Thinking lightning is.
And I could understand
size.
why a hurricane would form and hit the same spot on South Florida or the western coast of Florida, like Naples and so forth. And Fort Myers got it because of the lay of the land. Like you have Cuba over here and Puerto Rico over there, and you have Florida there, and then South Texas and Mexico. There's some reason that it would focus the weather in certain ways.
It has probably a lot to do with the terrain and location too.
Right.
Yeah.
But in
spot.
Oklahoma, what's around to focus it? You have Kansas, and you have above it.
Well, you could just have the perfect, meetup of the winds. That could just be the prime spot where everything comes together perfectly every time, and it might be a very centralized location.
Mm-hmm.
That definitely will, could be part of it. Because you need the winds to be perfect, southerly from the surface and coming off the Rockies up, upper. You get good wind shear, you get instability and stuff.
But those 2 tornadoes were so isolated from any large geographic features or rivers or anything like that. It's very flat and kind of nondescript territory.
Right.
And that's why they say the big sky of Oklahoma. You can be driving out on the highway and see 365 miles an hour, 365 or at 365 degrees around or 360 degrees around you without
Any obstructions?
Anything obstructing it. And so that's why I find it amazing that the tornadoes would follow the same track. If it was in the mountains or somewhere like that, like the same thing in Kansas where they get all those tornadoes. All they have is like rolling hills. It's not very. They don't have high mountains or huge bodies of water or anything that would change the weather. So why did they get tornadoes in the first place? It's amazing to me.
It's the sweet spot, you know.
Right. But why? Why
It's
is that?
kind of a geographic, like, Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, I was just going to say Goldilocks. It's like,
Goldilocks, you mean?
yeah, it's like, what? I don't even know. I don't remember that story too well. I know my professor referred to it a lot. It's like if you need the perfect ingredients,
Right.
you know, if you have too much of one thing, could ruin it. If you have too little of it, could ruin it. You know, you just
Because
need
you've
everything
got
in the perfect
mountains.
combo.
The mountains that generate or allow Lee cyclogenesis. You've got the Gulf air with the moisture and troughs coming in from the Pacific, and it kind of just works.
Even though there's huge distances between all of those things.
Yeah.
That's what's
Well, there's
amazing
nothing
to me.
stopping the winds, though, and it's naturally set up, I guess, in that way because
Time and distance factors.
Yeah.
yeah. If you think about it, you got cold fronts pushing through, so you got southerly winds ahead of the
Gulf.
front, which are sucking up all this moisture and warm air from the Gulf of Mexico, transporting it northwards up to the Midwest states, up to the Dakotas, and then you have behind the front to the west, you'd have westerly
Pacific.
winds coming off of the
Pacific.
Pacific, and then you got the Rockies too. So you get cold air above that subsiding, and the upper layers of the atmosphere, you get really, really rich, moist air in the boundary layer and close to the ground. So you got this huge gradient, high to low.
Right.
You got a huge gradient in moisture profiles. You got winds veering with heights. You got good wind shear for tornado development. So it's like the perfect prime setup because you have everything there. You get a cold front coming in, you have the perfect setup for a tornado. Where in New York,
Cold
you could
front
have
comes
that
from the north.
where you could have that here, but we don't have a rich body of water with winds and stuff. We don't really have the setup, I guess, for that. We got a lot more terrain here. We're further north.
Lake Ontario is not big enough to produce it, or something?
No, and that usually inhibits convection. Sometimes the boundary between the water and the land will kind of initiate it. Just that the friction between the land and the water surface. You'll have heating differential, different wind speeds. Because you'll have gradients. You got during the daytime. You got the wind speeds would be moving relatively from I think what is it the land to the sea during the day. Then at nighttime it's the sea.
The land to the
just from
sea
the
to
way
land.
that the heating differential.
Offshore and onshore breezes.
Yep,
night.
exactly. And that alone will cause, if you just come, 5-10 miles south of the lake shoreline, you'll have convection. But if you just go a little bit, north of that, it'll stop. Just with like lake effect bands, you have to go in a couple miles, and then within a couple miles from the shore, it'll be like the perfect convection because that's where everything kind of converges. So you have that convergence zone right there, naturally forming.
And further from even further from the lake shore.
And then if you go further from the lake, you lose that.
Less convection.
Yeah, so it's like it's perfect. You get a perfect spot.
It's the confluence of where the two different
and you'll see that
weather
on
patterns
radar,
come
especially if you get northwesterly winds. You'll see a
front line.
a band following basically parallel to the shoreline, and it'll only be maybe a couple miles wide, and that's where it's forming right there. And then if you go to either direction going away from it, you won't have any. You'll be clear skies and sunny.
So it's still quite sharp.
It's a sharp gradient. You get that all the time up here, and that's that can dictate the weather too.
Wow.
So and that's what they have in Florida too all the time. That's why they got all those pop-up thunderstorms. It's just
because it's a peninsula. It sticks out.
Yeah.
It's narrow.
And it's in a really good spot for that stuff. So.
Yeah, I just remember lying on a beach once and thinking, oh, I'm so privileged to be here in the middle of January because I had work to do down there. And I laid down on the beach, but nobody else was around. And I thought, There's not a cloud in the sky. It's dry and it's warm. I went swimming and I laid down and looked at the sky, and all of a sudden the clouds started forming out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Just within 5 or 10 minutes, there are these big cumulus clouds.
And it's probably right around 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the cloud, then they became cumulonimbus. They started to get real dark, and I thought, uh-oh. And I started hearing lightning. This is within a half an hour from a blue sky to
and this happens every day in the summertime. It's like clockwork. People know it.
I was.
My mom can tell stories about it.
I couldn't believe it, and so I thought, well, I better pack my beach stuff. But I got soaked before I got to the hotel.
Wow.
So, and there was lightning. So if you were out on a boat, I was thinking, like, what about the fishermen out there? Do they know do they know how to handle this? You know, because if you're 2 miles out from shore and get hit by a lightning bolt, you're
good luck.
Be in trouble. So I was always asking Elliot when we go out in the boat, do we have a weather forecast? He said, yeah, it's okay. He would check it. And I would be worried that, we'd be out like 2 miles out from shore, scuba diving, and we'd come up and there'd be a lightning storm. We get hit by a lightning bolt.
Sheesh.
So that was all. Maybe that's paranoia, but he seemed to have a better idea of when it would happen.
Yeah, I think the people down there, they know it because it's like clockwork. They know every day at 3 o'clock or whatever it's going to hit. And it's like they time it perfectly. So it's like I think they already have in their schedules that they clear the beach by mid-afternoon, and then, they know that it's going to hit. So it's like you kind of plan around it.
Wow.
I wish we had that here. I wish we had pop-up thunderstorms every day to make life fun, but we don't get severe weather anymore.
It'd be more predictable.
Yeah.
But I just found it to be amazing, just sitting there watching the weather like a front form right above my head, and watching the clouds. We don't get that up here where you can actually see the clouds getting bigger by
you can't
by 100% in 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like every 2 minutes the cloud size would
double.
Thinking that, yeah.
Wow.
So what would that be now? That's hot, humid air down closer, going up into a colder air.
Yeah,
above.
you just need hot and humid air down below and cool, drier air above. And, the more extreme it is on each end, the more severe it's going to get.
Okay.
But, I mean, they're down in, like, prime location with, being in close to the equator, so it's already warmer down there. The air is already unstable to begin with. Because it's just so hot and humid, so you have all this instability just kind of sitting there, and all you need is a small convergence boundary between the land breeze and the sea breeze, and that convergence will just pop off a thunderstorm, like you said, within a half hour. They can get these massive, and they dump tons of rain because they're just the dew points are in the freaking 70s, and you got temps in the 80s to 90s. So it's just you just have all this instability. You have all this potential energy sitting there, and it's just you need something to initiate that, and it's just those land breezes is all it needs.
Right.
It takes very little. Once you have all that potential, you just need it's like lighting a match, to gasoline it. Just that small spark will just set off this huge chain reaction, and they explode. I mean, this stuff explodes.
So the chain reaction is self-sustaining. It's not just does it feed on itself in some way?
It does, yeah. They do. I mean, they're short-lived. I think they're only 15, 20 minutes long. They're pretty quick bursts. Because when it rains out, once the storm builds up and then rains, it loses all of its energy. It kind of precipitates it.
Those are classified as like popcorn.
They are. But sometimes the outflow boundary, you get that that cool air that pools down there.
Yeah.
That outflow boundary from the collapsing storm will actually initiate new convection. And you'll see this on radar. You'll see it.
It's like a domino effect.
And you'll see this, the storm moving and then weaken, and then you'll see another one pick up and then strengthen and then weaken, and it'll just be this, chain reaction, this domino effect. And so they'll basically spin up more convection from, the parent cell. They call it parent and child cells, and it's really, really fascinating.
Would they? Is there any effect? I often wondered about how when you get the precipitation actually starts. That probably starts in the upper level,
right?
And then when the precipitation from the colder strata of the atmosphere. It goes down into the warmer strata.
It stabilizes it. So you get, you get all this cold air coming, collapsing on this, humid air. So that kind of takes over and kind of puts out the fire in a sense. It stabilizes the atmosphere again.
How about the droplets themselves? Do they absorb humidity as they head down towards the ground?
Well, yeah, the humidity would go up to full saturation. If it's not already pretty damn close to full saturation, it would. Once it's raining, it's it's fully humid.
Once, because when I got wet, I was like shocked at how thick and large the droplets were.
Mm-hmm.
I was.
Well, that's just the moisture there. They have so much moisture readily available that
they condense even larger on the way down or something like that. Because it was like somebody spitting on me, like just snot lungers coming and splattering on my
big
head.
loogies.
Now, how did this come out of a perfectly clear blue sky a half an hour ago? It's absolutely.
And then they got golf ball sized tail, which you think are weighing a couple pounds, and these are being alofted, 30,000 feet above your head. These these softball sized tail stones, which weigh a couple pounds each,
knock you out.
They have to be, to get something that big, the updraft to sustain that in the air is like 100 miles an hour.
The weight of it.
Yeah, you need 100 miles of vertical wind speed to keep those things aloft, and it's like once they get too heavy. They stop circulating. They dropped out because they're too heavy to be sustained anymore. And they still don't know a lot about hail.
That would have to be super high altitude before the thing escaped. Probably.
Yeah, I mean we're talking 30 or no, we're probably talking 40, 50, 60,000 feet in the atmosphere. At that point, they got we're talking in even the stratosphere. You get some of these storms that even go through the stratosphere or start to bump through it because of how much energy they have. They're just so explosive that they'll just blow through the what is it, the
ionosphere or stratosphere?
The tropopause.
The tropopause is we live in the troposphere. While the weather's in the troposphere, and then above that you kind of have an intermediate layer called the tropopause, and then above that it's the stratosphere, right, Quentin?
Yeah.
So they'll actually break through that.
The tropopause.
And they're just so explosive. They just blow right through it, and they call them overshooting tops. So that's actually going into a different atmosphere at that point.
Like a breaking bubble on the top of a boiling pot.
Yep. It's like when you put your pot, I like to think of convection as like boiling water. You put a lid on it, and you'll see the bubbles start to form up, and then you'll see it actually start to push the lid off, and it'll start to come off. Like that's basically what's happening with these storms. It just bubbles up, boils over into the next layer basically, because you can't contain it anymore. It's just so explosive. And those are the really big storms that put out massive hailstones, tons of lightning, tornadoes and stuff.
What's the temperature like up in the tropopause?
Oh, we're probably talking negative 40 degrees Celsius, right?
So that's how it freezes.
I don't know. It's well below freezing. Yeah, sub-freezing for sure.
I have no idea.
Super cold. I mean, we're talking super condensed.
So that's why it freezes so fast too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 80 degrees, and if you're talking a good lapse rate or a vertical drop in temperature,
100-degree difference in temperature.
Yeah, I think on a good day with good convection, you're looking at anywhere between like 8 and 10 degrees Celsius per kilometer decrease in temperature. So every kilometer it would drop 10 degrees Celsius. And so the higher that number is, the more severe the convection would be.
And you're up at like 5 and 10 kilometers or something with the troposphere.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
It's crazy, the depth of it. So, and that's just all air moving. That's just all.
The troposphere is what, about 50,000 feet?
The troposphere goes up to, I think, it depends on where you live. Further north, it's a little bit lower. I know in the tropics, I think it's around 65,000 feet. Up here, it's like 55,000 feet.
Okay. And the stratosphere is what, 75?
Something around that, yeah.
Okay.
60, 70. I mean, for us to see...
So that's why jets don't fly any higher than 37,000 feet or something.
Yeah, they're flying at the jet stream. I think that's why they call them jets, but... they're to go over to...
Oh, it's jettison.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the most efficient because you think they got 100-plus mile-an-hour winds, and they just get free transport at that point. They can save all that fuel if they go with a jet stream. Especially
I
for
think
long distance.
any higher and you actually lose efficiency because of how thin the air gets. I think that.
But you'd have
you
less
get
drag
more
though.
flying.
You'd have less drag up
Less
there.
drag, but less thrust also from the engine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you need
Or
oxygen.
you need to go significantly faster to compensate for the thinner atmosphere because your wings wouldn't be creating as much lift.
Lift, right?
Oh, that's true. You do need lift for that. Yeah, the density up there is.
So it becomes
craps.
a diminishing returns on the lift, probably, is what limits it.
Uh-huh.
And that's why helicopters can't go, above 10,000
Yeah, their
10,000
service
feet.
ceilings.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They need a lot
Yeah.
of lift. So that's why they had trouble rescuing people on
Unless you had
on
a
mountains.
unless you had a jet engine, I think. I think if you have a jet engine, you
A
can
jet helicopter, like
That'd be pretty cool. Like those VTOLs, the vertically, airplanes that can take off vertically or whatever. I think they use jets, pointing downwards to lift off instead of a conventional airplane that would take off, the runway. These
but
can
then
just take off.
then they become helicopters or something at a certain.
Yeah, they're kind of a hybrid, I guess. They can do both vertically land-ins.
The Osprey.
The Ospreys, yeah. I thought they're called VTOLs. Maybe I'm thinking of like Call of Duty or
that's the-
something.
It's just vertical takeoff and landing.
Oh yeah,
It's close to the ground. That's
Yeah.
That's not up in the troposphere.
it's like it's like a helicopter and a plane combined. You can
Right.
take off like a helicopter, but you can fly like a plane. It's really weird, but the military uses it for their stuff.
Right.
Of course, it's not publicly available yet. Would be cool.
Right.
It'd probably be better than planes because you don't need these massive airports. You can just take off
You
vertically and then
don't
fly.
need a runway.
No.
You got more moving parts though.
Yeah.
Well, if they can be put together by robots, maybe it would be environmentally sustainable. That we could all have private Ospreys instead of cars.
Oh,
planes.
I can imagine insurance rates would go up quite a bit.
Really.
Imagine people on their phones and they're flying a freaking plane, man.
And they're texting.
You got somebody doing their
I've-
makeup.
I've texted and flown.
Have you?
Yeah.
You don't want to say that on a podcast. You'll lose your pilot's license.
Mm.
Yeah,
Well, they're already listening to us anyway, so.
That's my fear. Right.
But
How long have you been a pilot, Quentin?
Well, I'm still technically a student pilot because I haven't been able to finish it due to life matters. But
it is expensive, right?
yeah,
It's like $30,000 I think
Yeah.
to go to flight school, or that's what I heard. The ballpark.
for mine, I think it's in total around 12.
Okay, maybe it's just Rochester's more
But it's
expensive.
also paying for the rent on the plane
Right.
per
Oh, and you
hour
get-
for the
what?
required time. You have to have how many 1,000 hours or 100 hours of?
You need 40 hours to get your private,
That's not bad.
and then
to carry a passenger.
I believe it's 1,000 to get your commercial or instrument, and then from there, it's a copious amount of hours, regardless.
So that's why the military usually trains those pilots. But
Yeah, that's why the military route's easier because they pay for it and you're constantly doing it. So
well, let's see now.
Right.
1,000 hours for a commercial license, and so you'd have to rent an aircraft for at how much? How much do you rent a plane for now in that St. Louis area? It was 40.
That's a good question. I know per lesson it's 300.
An hour.
Yeah, hour and a half.
Okay, times 1,000. So it'd be 1,000 to 3,000 times 1,000. Just in the rental fees to get your commercial pilot's license.
Yep.
So that's why the military that trains the pilots. Your tax dollars are paying to train pilots. It costs over $1 million to train a jet airline pilot. I think. Am I right, Quentin? It's like $1.5 million.
Oh, I'm not sure.
It was
So
10 years ago.
Okay.
It was $1.5 million.
So the
For each pilot?
whoa.
Holy shit.
And then
Well, that's the military. They're getting charged, 300% extra. because
Right.
yeah,
That-
going
to
back
factor
to
in the government corruption factor,
somebody's getting a bribe and a kickback for that.
probably.
It probably cost them
Sorry,
$100,000.
The commercial pilots is 250 hours, and then to get your airline transport is 1,500.
1,500. Okay.
That's what my friend Drew's doing right now down in Florida. Who I'm
Can you do
visiting.
any of that in a flight simulator, or does it have to be actual air
Yeah,
time?
so some of it is ground school, some of it's simulator, some of it's instrument, you know. It's kind of broken up.
Okay. Yeah, a friend of mine got his pilot's license. He supposedly could fly a 747, but he had to do it in Peru to be able to afford it. Now, this is going back 35 years ago, but he found that he just could not afford flight school, and he really wanted to be an airline pilot.
It's so expensive.
And that was just about the time that Ronald Reagan broke the air traffic controllers union, and then suddenly pilots' salaries plummeted until about a few years ago. Now they're back up again. So if you can fly commercial like passenger traffic, now it's profitable. But like
They still have huge shortages, I think.
right.
And they're
'Cause
striking and stuff too because the pay and hours.
Not
But,
enough.
but there's just not
Yeah.
enough people though, so everyone else is getting taxed. You know, they're doing more overtime and stuff, so there's just not enough people for the demand.
Mhm.
So it's why it's like they should just
Well,
push
if
for
it weren't so expensive.
For the training,
yeah.
it's like becoming a doctor.
It's like why they need trains right now because you don't need all of that staff. You know pilots. You just need a conductor and engineer and stuff, and
And the infrastructure.
you can fit more people and higher speeds, less waste. But
Right. No, the jet travel is what 3% or 5% as efficient as car travel, I think, or something, from
yeah,
emission wise. Jet travel is very polluting
it is bad.
for person.
It is. Yeah, it's very bad.
Have you ever flown a jet, Quentin, or you're still propelled?
No,
Right.
I've not.
Wow.
I've only flown a 172 Cessna.
So that's a double 2-engine.
No, it's a high wing single engine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a propeller?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Hmm.
I never could fly a plane. I can't keep track of it. I'm not that secure with details, and you don't get a chance to try again sometimes if you make certain mistakes.
Well, the beauty of it is you've got like checklists and redundancies and procedures that you follow. So
Safer.
so long as you've got that booklet in front of you and you just follow each thing line for line, you can't really do anything wrong.
Okay.
Like that's from going out to the airplane to inspecting it to turning it on to pre-flight to making sure everything works to taxiing out to the runway to taking off.
But
Like flying up to altitude, at altitude, cruise, descending, landing, like post-flight, like everything is accounted for.
even putting down the landing gear when you're landing.
Yeah, if your airplane does have that, yes.
Okay. Because I know somebody who was like an experienced pilot, but in his old age, he forgot to put the landing gear down when he landed. It was like short
and
term memory.
you know that it happens, right?
And he realized it was time to stop flying at that point. But like that's where I have problems. If I'm looking at a list, being 77 years old, I look at the list and figure, okay, I'll do it right now so I can check it off and cross it off the list and then forget it 2 minutes later and then make a mistake because of that. So that's why I couldn't be a pilot, because of the short term.
Well, that's the beauty of it is once you do it, it's done.
Right.
So it's procedural. You go through it once.
You don't cross it off until
good.
you've done it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That-
exactly.
You have to follow the protocol. Same thing with
Yeah.
scuba diving. So.
Yep.
And I'm sure it's the same thing with being a good meteorologist too. You have to keep things in sequence and remember everything. If you leave anything out, that pollutes all the rest of the data.
Mm-hmm. Or it could kill people. Or cause damage, or
Are you misforecast something? You mean?
I mean, yeah, you can be on the hook on it, for a bad forecast or putting out a tornado warning 2 minutes late because somebody wanted to verify it or something. It can come down to human error. Mm-hmm. So it's like when it comes down to that stuff, like your job and kind of your integrity is on the line. If you make one bad decision, but I think people are too harsh in meteorology still because it's still it's still a science we don't have complete knowledge about, and we're still predicting it. And our data and computers are only good for so much, and you got human error involved, and people that get stressed out or anxious, or they get worked up and they can't make decisions because they're so
too much information
too much at once. It's like those air traffic controllers. That's why they had high suicide rates, because their job was just so taxing and they just couldn't deal with it.
It takes a certain person.
It does, yeah. And especially with weather, if you're having people's lives, you have a tornado warning for, 10,000 people. And it's like, if you put that out a minute late and you cause 10 deaths, you're going to, that'll probably live with you the rest of your life. That was your decision because you had the authority to issue that warning. And nobody else did.
I don't think that's really an issue. It's mostly false alarms. That's what it comes down to.
Too many false alarms?
Yeah.
Well, that's probably people.
It's mostly a case of issuing too many warnings that aren't verified.
Oh, yeah.
So you're crying.
And so the mentality is your perception of heeding the warning is kind of warped because it's like, oh, it's not going to happen this time.
You think it's an abundance.
And then that's when bad.
But it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to issue the warning and then not, and then come back later and be like,
but if you Bachelorette,
you're crying wolf though.
Yeah.
And so
it's a fine line.
People want to watch the PGA or Bachelorette or whatever.
Yeah, because they'll interrupt it. If you issue a tornado warning on live TV, it'll interrupt any broadcast. You'll have the NCAA tournament or whatever.
They'll be upset that they're missing their TV.
Fucking football. Who cares?
That shouldn't be a factor.
Your life, you cannot replace your life for football.
Well, the thing is, as a perfectionist, I'd probably make it a lousy weather forecaster because I'd want to confirm it and narrow it down and say, okay, the tornado will hit exactly here and exactly at a certain time. And while I'm busy projecting all that, the tornado will get the jump on me. Mm-hmm. So a lot of it has to be seat of the pants, and I think human judgment there from experience. Say, we'd better issue this now. We can confirm it later, but better be safe than sorry.
Right.
But it's if you issue it any sooner than that, then you're not using your data. So at what point do you push the button and say we're issuing this warning? That takes judgment. That takes
and you need ground truth for that too. It's in a lot of
they do have set parameters from radar to meet certain criteria to issue things.
Certainty issues.
Right.
Data.
But still, you need humans to verify it because you could have, the radar could be depicting debris and it might be hail or something, and you might depict it as something else.
Well, that's the beauty of the radar is it can depict hail or debris.
The difference between the two.
For the most part, I say it can kind of lack in some ways.
Not really.
Is it getting smarter now, Quentin? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it's just if you know how to read the products, like it's pretty. They know how to do it. Basically, like there's very little need for human ground truth,
but you still need,
at least in those specific situations where you can't.
Is it the computer actually differentiates between that, or the human actually screen?
The computer for the most part.
Yeah, so the radar products generated will be like, so there are certain products that are, so there's one called correlation coefficient, which basically can differentiate between the vertical from the horizontal pulse that the radar sends out, and that can decipher between rain, hail, freezing,
debris
line, which is like the point at which the rain turns into snow in the clouds, and debris too. So you have like the all-seeing eye in the sky to determine like what is happening in the air.
There.
You can very robustly determine what is happening.
So Peter's looking at. I gave him radar scope. He's looking at correlation coefficient. So if you look there, Peter, you see where it's a lot of red and stuff on the radar.
Okay, what's red connote?
So the red is very, very high correlation values, like 0.99, very close to 1. So that means
It's accurate.
So that means that the radar sampling, all of those particles are very similar to one another. But where that turns blue, it gets down to 0.2.
There's very little
So
correlation.
the particles in between are not correlated. So it's deciphering that each molecule is different. So it might be in this case it's snow. You might have wet snow. You might have a dry snow droplet. And those are very different in size and
Less
shape.
predictable.
So the radar sees, those aren't similar to one another, so it'll be a very low correlation. And they use that specifically for debris. And so you'll see a tornado and you'll see like a small blue like circle or hole. That's the debris signature. And they can actually see the debris ball on radar and they can actually see it moving. And so that's how they can verify that it's sucking up stuff, because they see the low correlation values, because the radar will see, it's a 2x4, and then you got a rain droplet, then you got a hail, and they're all different.
So they see
and they're not correlated.
They can see the destructiveness of it by the uncorrelated.
Well, it's just looking at the molecule size and just the different sizes of the whatever it's picking up.
So what I'm seeing in the blue is
That's snow.
data. That's snow.
Well, that's snowing right now, but it probably, you got big flakes, you got small flakes, you got maybe some water droplets in there. So all of these molecules are
more
variable, and so they're less correlated with one another, and that shows up, in the correlation coefficient product. And this is what the radar derives. The computer, there's all these, mathematical equations that it runs through to find all of this. It's all, very technical, but that's the product.
So that blue area is like a stability index of some kind.
In some ways, yeah.
Less stable there than in the red areas. Am I right, or is that
no? This is more we're talking about like what physical sizes of each like water droplet or molecule or snowflake. Like it's literally looking at the size of the
how different everything is compared to everything else.
Right. Because they change. I mean, if you look at the molecular level, I mean, they've drastically changed in size and shape and form and speed and stuff. So the radar can pick all of that up. And
it just did.
It just updated it. Yeah. So it's really impressive.
And we've gotten so good that there are a couple people that have made algorithms and stuff where if you for example, if there's an ongoing tornado that does have a debris signature, you can take a slice of that storm and look to see how high that signature goes, like the debris being lofted, and you can pretty accurately determine the strength of that tornado just on a whim.
How high it goes? How
high, and the speed of the wind speeds being detected with that.
Okay. Yeah, they're super advanced at this point. They've only gotten better and more intelligent, and the computers have just taken off with processing power. And just the speed now of getting data and how accessible it is. Probably 10, 15 years ago, that app wasn't out there, and the radar data was so shitty and just low quality, and you didn't get all these products, but they developed it, improved, put better technology and hardware in there, retrofitted the radars, and so now you have these state-of-the-art Doppler systems from the 80s, but they've been retrofitted, and they do this amazing stuff. And
right, I'm out of touch with just how sophisticated this is. I used to.
Oh yeah, they're it's this app's for like meteorologists and like hardcore weather people, because we understand the data. Understanding radar data is super important, because most of the public doesn't really know the difference and how to use it. They just look at red as stronger rain or whatever, and
they're just looking ground precipitation and weather.
Yeah, they don't really know it, and I don't think people understand the radar, how radar works, or what it's picking up. They just think, it's red, it's raining there, it's a thunderstorm. But it's like, no, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a thunderstorm. It could just be heavy rain, or more weather's going on in that region. So
well, I've sure learned a lot about the latest technology. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is just one of many resources out there. It's all free. I mean, it's $10 you pay for the app, but the data itself is free. It's a service to the American people. And I think, that's the radar site right there. So that's the cone of silence.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So that's the actual radar site, and everything else around it is what it's picking up.
Let's see. There's Tonawanda. There's Lockport, Middleport. Where?
Yeah, the cone of silence is there actually because
It's too close.
if it were to fill in that space with data, it would for whatever reason, it significantly increases like the
Density of
The air.
processing demand.
Oh, yeah.
It would overload the computer if they tried to do it.
Your resource intensive.
But the quality of the data at that level, too, is so crappy. It's like you're not really picking up any good data because you're so close to it.
I thought maybe it would be better because you're so close.
I mean, it's better, but, if you're too close, it needs some time to...
It's a balance.
Yeah, I guess. It's hard to explain. And we're on in 3 hours at this point.
Where is Lockport?
Is this turning into like a
seminar?
a seminar, yeah.
For me, private seminar. Where is Lockport?
Our viewership's going to drop off by the first hour.
Especially if you talk about politics.
I mean, we could do a live YouTube podcast and actually see the the viewership and stuff. That would be pretty cool to do a live. This would have been a great live podcast to do.
Well, then I would have cursed and made a mess of it.
No, that's all right.
I was thinking, is this Monroe County over here? I'm just looking at.
Oh yeah, there's
here's
there's Rochester. There's my location. Yeah. So you can see when the radar goes further out, it gets less accurate. With the curvature and especially if it's shooting through really intense snow bands, like the data after a long distance kind of tapers out.
So that's the white is like.
Yeah, I think that's either distortion or maybe it's just stuff it can't pick up and it can't decipher because it's just not.
So it shows
good
you
quality.
So that it shows white to demonstrate there's no data there.
Or it's just not reliable, and they can, the radar can't decipher what it is, and it's just not going to put it out there. Or maybe it's just noise at that. Maybe it's just noise. I don't know.
Okay.
Ground clutter.
Ground clutter. Yeah, that's a big thing. Yeah, they can pick up birds and they can pick up insects. They can pick up smoke. They've even picked up. There's a explosion. I think a truck hit a bridge in Schenectady a few weeks ago. Huge explosion, huge smoke cloud, and they actually saw it on the weather radar. You could actually see the smoke plume emanating from Glenville where this truck
smoke
hit.
Particles were
you could actually see it on the radar. You could actually see an explosion. It's crazy. They can pick up some really cool stuff, minute stuff. Yeah, not even weather related, just human related stuff. Even with like 4th of July fireworks, it can pick up the smoke clouds from that. Seriously.
Yeah.
If you have enough in one location, you can actually see
and
forest fires. Yeah, it can pick up smoke. I mean, that's really impressive.
So what happens if a dirigible flies in there that's 1,000 feet long? What would happen then? Would it you just see an outline of a mechanical object, or would that disrupt or overload something?
It would probably. It depends on the processing, because smoke will come up as like light precip. It'll come up as like a green or maybe like an orange. I think just from the size of the smoke particles, it picks it up as that. It thinks that it's a rain particle because it's a bigger, molecule size. But right?
So you can use correlation coefficient.
Or you could, yeah.
It'll come up as like blue.
Mm-hmm. Because it won't be correlated with.
It's very
uncorrelated.
Organized.
Yeah.
But something that is organized, like a solid, like a big airliner or something like that, does that have a special color that's much bigger than any of the particles that you're looking at?
Yeah, it probably would, right?
It'll typically just show up as like a dot or something.
Oh yeah,
like a pixel.
Solid,
a pixel, yeah.
Like a solid thing. Would there be a color for that too?
It might be white. It might be out of the range or something. I think there's certain colors for,
Right, because it's something you're not.
Biological is a different color than.
You're not interested in something that big. You're interested.
Well, it's just the received power.
Mm-hmm.
So that would not be correlatable as far as weather is concerned. It's just
Right.
like
It's not a
just
weather.
know.
It's not a weather phenomenon.
Yeah.
It's a biological or human-made, man-made.
So it's like basically a data vacuum at that point. It's all blacked out by the solid object.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously too big to be a an air particle or a smoke particle or something
Right.
like that.
Right.
I just wondered how they dealt with that, so because we have planes flying through there all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, planes are so tiny in the
And they're
grand
moving
scheme
pretty
of
quickly
things
too.
that
It's not going to pick it up.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
So somebody in a balloon or something that's more stationary, you'd probably see that as
You could probably pick that up. Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, these things
might.
even pick up wind turbines too. Weather radars can pick up wind turbines because they're
Yeah.
huge metal objects and they're not moving. I mean, the blades are, but they're not actually moving anywhere. So you'll see these clutters of, like light colored, it looks like precip.
Junk.
Yeah, it looks like junk, but it's actually
Like lines of junk.
yeah, and it'll just stay there and you'll
Just
just see it.
random colors.
And it's a wind turbine farm, and you can see it on the radar because it's the radar's picking it up. It'll ping off the towers, and it'll come back as returns. And
I think that's side lobe.
is it?
Cause like with any antenna, you've got the main lobe, and then you've got the different side lobes. So like with smaller weather radars, you can actually, like some that are on the coast, they can actually pick up like boats and stuff. And
Wow.
cars.
Are these like X band or something?
Oh, I don't know, like C-band, the little guys. You can actually pick up traffic because of the
resolution.
the lobe returns.
So with a wind turbine tower, let's see, what was the question I would ask? The wind turbine tower, because it's moving and it's stationary, does that create a problem?
Yeah,
Is it-
I
it's
mean,
two
since
different
we already know
parts
what
of
it is, it's just
So
it kind of corrupts the data in some ways because it you got
have to-
false
I
returns.
mean, there's beam blocking.
Yeah, like right here. I'll show them the wind turbine. Yeah, so if you see that yellow band right there that's not moving, this right
Okay.
here, that's a wind turbine farm right there.
okay,
And all
it-
this
does
stuff
the
passing by is snow.
Does the computer figure that out?
No,
and-
it's just it picks it up as
as
you know,
colors.
yeah, and you'll see it'll be up as the DBZ there, what the returns are, and that's a wind turbine farm, south of Buffalo. And so the people at the Weather Service, know this, so they know that it's not, a storm that's sitting over the area dumping,
Now,
2 inches of rain an hour.
Is that the DBZ letter? DBZ means what? Amount?
So decibels is just the unit of power return
Okay.
for the radar.
So it's much higher probably.
Mm-hmm.
So it's outside the range of what would be used for weather forecasting. So that's why it's
Yeah,
red or something.
this maxes out at 90 dBz, and it goes all the way down to negative 27
Okay.
dBz.
Negative 27 dB.
Yeah, and that's black. That's like, basically just false.
Yeah, so that's just, so 0 is just the reference point
Okay.
of that power.
Okay.
And anything less than that is weaker. So that's typically biological stuff,
Mhm.
like bugs, dust. Not biological, but just smaller things that have very light returns. And then like heavy rain, hail, that's on the higher end, upwards of 70 to 80 dBz.
Okay. So it's like sound dB. 0 is not 0. It's just a
reference point.
No,
reference
that's just,
point
yeah.
in halfway
Yeah,
between.
you don't want to hit.
useful.
You don't want to hit 0 in recordings usually. That's like, I mean, I guess it's okay, but you want to be like well below that. If you got peaking and stuff, you want to be at like -6. I think is like a reference.
Mhm.
Your level should peak out at around -6, and it'll give you some headroom. If it does peak out, you're not going to blow out your speakers or whatever. You're not going to peak, the microphone input or anything.
So it correlates to weather data. You're not just going to overload the system with something that it's not weather related, like a plane or a weather tower or something above a certain
No.
dB.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're measuring basically density and size of particles that tells you what's up. That this is a smoke particle, or this is a droplet, or a hail. And
Exactly.
Or a
it
flying
measures
cow.
it by size. Does it measure also amplitude of the response, or is it just size?
I think it does return amplitude. It
Uh,
should.
I
Because you have
do not
amplitude, you
know.
got a frequency, and you got wavelength. All that stuff's in there because it's sending out a wavelength.
Or
I
is it
don't-
just
I'm
or
not
is it
sure.
just amplitude? Maybe because of the like a hailstone is that much bigger than a smoke particle. Does it determine that by amplitude or by all of the things that?
It can't determine size. It's just
Yeah, it can determine size.
the
With dual pole, you
no.
can, because you can figure out the
Not size. It's shape.
shape.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Hmm.
That really gets into complications.
Yeah.
So-
We're already digging deep enough into radars.
but wouldn't like a dust particle probably be round and a hailstone is round?
For the most part, yeah.
So they'd be similar shapes, but
Different sizes.
It's just different sizes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the dust particle is going to be smaller than the wavelength, so you've got a whole bunch of them. It's just going to reflect as noise. So that'll be a low correlation, and it'll show up as like blue,
Yeah.
like with smoke.
Okay. But I'm still trying to figure out how it would know, like, high density smoke particles in one spot. How would it differentiate between that and a hailstone, which is a little bit
Because like dust is just kind of like a mass, and so when it reflects off of it, it's just going to reflect randomness because there's no particular object, unlike a hailstone, which
Right.
is a much larger object that you can determine like the X and Y lengths because of how large it is.
okay. So its size and density is being detected at the same. Are they two separate measurements in the reflected sound, or is it all one measurement? Do you think?
Yeah, so that it sends out a horizontal and then a vertical pulse to determine the height and width.
Wow. Okay. A horizontal and a vertical pulse.
It's like that, basically. It'll send out a pulse like that, a sine wave going this way, and then it'll send out a sine wave going that wave, like that. That's how it sends out signals. That's the dual polarization, they call it. Because before, it's just a single polarization. It would go one direction.
Yeah, I believe
And now
it
dual
was
pole
just
goes
horizontal.
horizontal, and then it goes vertical too. And you're thinking it goes.
I didn't know
Bank
that. Okay,
distance
I
wise,
just
yeah.
learned something. I thought it was.
And this is relatively
more like,
new.
that's
the
more
dual
like-
pole.
like standard
this was-
sonar
this
is
was
just
installed
one direction.
Introduced in 2007.
Wow. Because like I was just thinking it's like sonar where you send a wave in that case of sound and it comes back as a reflection in a certain amount of time and a certain density. But we're dealing with directionality that like a vertical and a horizontal pulse. That's unknown to me.
Hmm.
I'm just the amateur here.
Ooh, what is this? All right, we gotta talk about our daily eBay findings. I'm looking on eBay right now for $66.45 from Watertown, New York. You can get an Oregon Scientific Home Weather Monitoring Station Storm Chasing Edition.
Throw it away.
Hey.
Trash.
That's actually a nice one. Yeah, when is this from? That's actually a nice display. I think I'm gonna buy this. Why can't I buy this? Should I buy it, Quentin?
No, do not buy it.
It's for weather hobbyists, outdoor enthusiasts, businesses that depend on timely weather information, landscapers, farmers, gardeners, and greenhouse owners, and everyone else who loves to talk about the weather.
That sounds more like a consumer product instead of something that Quentin.
It is a consumer product. This is what we strive not to do.
He gets it.
Yeah. For $65, that's a good deal. A SandLogic wireless weather station for $75. An Accurate Access Hub for $150. That's a ripoff.
Ooh, wow. That's
Ripoff.
wow.
They got some Garbo stuff on here. A Davis anemometer, $210. Yeah, my ass.
Davis is overpriced
Ugh.
garbage.
God, I hate them. Never buying them again. I am very disappointed in the quality. The pressure transducer shit the bed, and then now the whole station hasn't reported for six plus months, and it just stopped working. I'm like, what the fuck? And then you try to send it back. They're like, oh, it's $75, and then you got to pay shipping. And I'm like, I'm gonna pay another $100 to ship this POS back to spend another $50 to get a new pressure sensor put in. And at that price, I could just buy another weather station. So fuck you, Davis. Accurate's better than them. I'm sorry. Ambient's better. I'm sorry because they're cheap and they haven't failed really. Like besides my
ambient is not bad.
Accurate's pretty good. Honestly, I've been happy with them.
My first weather station was an Accurate.
And that's one of the business ventures we should do is combine brain power and start a affordable personal weather station company, to compete against Davis. Davis would really be our competition, but almost kind of make it similar to what WeatherBug was doing. They'd have the pretty much professional,
like Texas Weather Instruments.
Yeah, they had professional grade equipment at a relatively lower cost, but I'm talking even lower than that for $1,000.
Yeah.
Get like,
well, you can only go so far though.
Yeah. But it's also you got to talk. You got to make it. And you got parts and time, and
I don't feel like doing that.
But it would be fun. It would be a fun project. So then we'll have to install.
I just want to make the Davis universal anemometer thing and be done.
Oh, you're still gonna do that, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be done. I would use that. I think somebody else has done it, but they needed, breadboards, and I think maybe even our Arduino to translate those signals.
How to do it with a single Arduino, and then it's like, oh, here's the code. Do it. Boom, it's done.
Yeah, because you got to convert from the RM Young, 3 cycles per second to Davis's whatever convert at, and you got to run it through some resistors or PC boards to convert those.
Hello. There's it's broken. Never mind.
What?
There's a Vizsla present weather detector for $242.
It's a good deal.
But it's the solar the moisture sensor, whatever, is broken.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
And I still got to eat breakfast. It's almost going on 2:30, and I still haven't eaten breakfast. I'm starving right now. All I can think about is bacon, eggs. I was gonna make pancakes still, right? I could probably still make those.
Oh, you sacrificed breakfast and everything for this podcast. We want everybody to know that.
I did sacrifice my personal.
That's, Sam's personal sacrifice to
my health.
Meteorological data being disseminated.
And talking about it on my free time.
Well, we have to cover the technological side of it too. That's Quentin's area of strength. Did he talk you out of buying that piece of equipment yet?
Which one?
The $65 one.
Oh, I already talked myself out of it. I don't have the money for it, but I don't need more weather stations. I have too many.
Right.
Yeah.
But that thing looked like a consumer product.
It was,
looked like for somebody that had a farm or something.
Yeah.
But wouldn't they do better if they just consulted NORA or?
Oh, NOAA, isn't it? Yeah. And that's what the other mesonettes do is they,
sell the data.
Well, they sell it, but they also reach out to farmers and negotiate, either partial funding or they get land use, because the farmers, agriculture people really need good weather data and, quality controlled stuff. You got high grade precision equipment. And so the farmers love that, and so that's why a lot of our sites are on farms, because they're free weather data.
They're happy to have it there.
Yeah, and they use it every day for their stuff.
Yeah, you could do soil moisture and temperature and all that stuff, and it's
So they get good use out of it.
super good.
So they would either pay $1,000 to get a Davis weather station, but with our setups, they're getting a $50,000+ weather station with basically every parameter that you'd need, and they get it at no cost or very low cost, and they get free data. Our site hosts get.
All they have to do is give you what?
They have to sign a 30-year land use agreement.
Mhm.
And we haven't had a site that had to get moved, because of land use changes or whatever. So they sign up, getting this long-term weather station, basically.
So it's a good deal for them and
It
for
is,
the
yeah.
Messinet.
It's a good deal for
yeah.
everybody. So that's why, we have these partnerships with people. Like farmers will hands down always say yes. Will always say yes because they, nobody's going to say no to free
They want
high-quality weather data.
real time.
Real time, yeah. And it's, they can get it on their phone. They can, it's great. So, we just need more of that. But
They know they better harvest that product right now because of what's going to happen
or when
tomorrow.
to, they use it for, when to plant stuff or when to pull stuff, or they're looking at humidity, if their crop might get cold.
When to pull
looking at
livestock into the barn or
right. Seeing when the soil freezes, when, the moisture goes up or something, so they don't have to water it, or, if they need to know the inversions, if they want to put down pesticides, they don't want to put it down when there's an inversion that'll trap it. So they need that data, which most weather stations can't do that. So there's a lot of good applications for solar data, solar radiation data for, sunshine and stuff for their crops and knowing, all that stuff. I mean, anything's precipitation. Yeah. Everything farmers will use.
it's
So
all
it's all valuable.
directly affects what they do.
Mm-hmm. And it helps them save money too. Knowing that stuff, they can save money. Just like knowing the temperature of the roads or something, if they need to put more salt down, or if the winds are picking up or something and it's freezing, they need to put some more salt. They could save money if they knew all that, the data, or if they need more, if they need less. But there's good use in weather data everywhere, not just for what clothes to wear, but how to save money with businesses, or how to be more efficient,
It's almost as important to a farmer as it is to a pilot what the weather's
or
gonna
like
be.
UPS or, American Airlines. I mean, they need to know the data.
Absolutely.
Farmers, sports teams like the Buffalo Bills need to know the weather because they get affected by crazy winds and blizzard conditions for, games, and they got to know when to cancel, or
Don't show up for practice today.
or if there's lightning out, they need to know that stuff. If they're getting high winds, you need to know that.
Mhm.
Everywhere you need it. You need weather data. Anything.
Civilization has depended on it. I wonder if people realize how dependent we are on it.
Well, it's become. Well, I think people take it for granted,
Okay.
because your iPhone just gives you an app that looks at the data, but that data's not
But
the
it's-
best. But
it's the corporate types who are into a certain profession, whether it's farming or package delivery or something like that, that you've got to know what the weather's going to be.
Mhm.
If you're hazardous conditions.
Yep.
Amazon must have a computer that factors that into their delivery schedule,
probably,
because they
and that probably saves them millions of dollars. If you're thinking in cost, if they get in an accident, if they put their trucks out in bad weather days and they get in accidents, then there's lost revenue right there.
Yeah.
They got to pay for repairs. You got insurance payouts. And it's like you could prevent that if you didn't send those drivers out.
Right.
Just knowing the data. If there's going to be a snowy conditions, they could just not send them out, save all of that.
Just knowing how Amazon works, I'm sure that data is really
Oh, yeah.
processed very carefully.
And I'm not sure. I'm sure they do use weather data in some ways. I'm sure their algorithms probably.
They'd have to.
I'm sure at this point, how big their operations are. They're sending packages every day, 7 days a week. So
And
always
very
late.
short delivery times
Mhm.
would really depend on that.
Yeah. Everybody needs weather data. Everybody.
This is very true.
Ask anybody. That's like I would like to have guests not just from weather professions, but people, like you, Peter, or whoever else, even my friends that, have no interest or, background in weather, but you can just say, they have stories how it affects them, or if they, got in an accident or some cool thing happened from a related event.
Don't go camping this weekend.
Right. Everybody has something you could say about the weather, or how it always has affected them in some way, whether you know it or not.
Probably the worst thing that ever happened to me with the weather is I went to school one morning early because I wanted to practice the piano. And then they canceled the weather. Well, there's a snowstorm cancellation of school for that day. And I was the only person in the school. And I didn't know it. I said, where did everybody go?
Oh, my God.
Now, this was 1963. But so we didn't have phones, so I couldn't, call anybody.
Oh, yeah.
But none of the teachers came in. None of the students came in. I thought, has nuclear war been declared? And all it was a snowstorm coming in. It had just started by like 10 o'clock, but they didn't want everybody to have to go home in a blizzard in the afternoon.
Right.
But it didn't get predicted in time for me to go in at 5 or 6 in the morning. Today, we probably wouldn't have that problem. They canceled the school the day before.
Well, now it's all remote. So they would have school, but you just report from home on your computer.
Right.
And not learn shit because nobody's paying attention and people are, playing Call of Duty texting, smoking weed in class. Or I would do that a lot in college. I'd be freaking in differential equations, ripping the bong. While I'm in differential equations, not learning shit, I'm like, I just want to get out of here, man. And that's what COVID did. It just killed education. But
killed a year.
It did. That sucked. It was fun, but it sucked taking online classes because you learned nothing. I had no motivation. I was like, what am I doing? Some kids just dropped out. They just gave up because it's like, what's the point? And especially if you do, with my work, meteorology or any science-related stuff, you have a lot of lab courses, and it's a lot of hands-on. And that's how you do learn, at least for me. I need hands-on experience. I can't just sit there and
personal contact,
take stuff in. So we had no physical contact, no, any of that. So it's like the learning just tanked. And that's why kids now are just fucking stupid because they didn't get taught because you can't learn from a freaking computer.
Uninformed, it just disrupted the whole educational
system.
Yeah.
It's going to have a domino effect down the road. I mean, we're already seeing it now. It's bad. Even with me and stuff, I slacked. We all slacked during college. It's just like, well, we can just cheat on our tests and they don't care. So they just got away with everything. Yeah. You got people using AI to write their essays, their college entrance essays, and it's using AI.
Any teachers can tell you that it ruined things because the students weren't in school. It set everything back. But according to a friend of mine who's a professor, it was twice as much work for the teachers to teach online than it was to teach in person, because everything had to be edited and you had to write it down, then you had to enter it into the computer, then it went out and so forth. And it was the same with the musicians. Like, I'm in the pipe organ business, so all the musicians complained that to do live stream of a church service was twice as much work as to just sit down at an organ and play a church service. And so, again, it was dissemination of information, people taking it. So.
And the churches won't ever come back from that. Those are all, a lot of people are just watching that remotely.
Right.
Because they can. So it ruined just like a lot of stuff.
Right.
Transformed our whole society, overnight.
There's a different kind of person who watches the internet, and so a lot of those people are contributing remotely, who have never set foot in the church. And I'm just wondering if those people are getting weather data. Are different subsets of people able to pay attention to the weather now that wouldn't have before because of COVID? Maybe. It didn't work in Texas a year ago. But,
yeah, it didn't.
But why didn't it? Was that because of the politics down there, or was it because they just weren't?
Well, I think they just had a terrible power grid or something, terribly managed. And I think they're just not set up for those disasters. It's like if you get a dusting of snow in Florida, like, or at Georgia, it brings everything to a halt. Well, no, they're not used to it. They're not used to having snow. Like, people don't have four-wheel drive cars, or they don't have snow plows or salt trucks. So, like, when they get hit by that stuff, they don't have the infrastructure and the, vehicles.
For snow, right?
Yeah. And that's what happened with Texas even. They don't have the infrastructure and, like, the, utilities or vehicles or whatever to help. They just don't. So when they get hit by that, they're, like, doubly screwed because they're not prepared. Where it's like up here, we're all prepared for that, so we can kind of, we have a power outage, and then the next day it gets restored because it's like we can
experienced with it.
Yeah, we know what's going to happen, and we have data for it, and we have good crews that work out there and stuff. You see,
Well, in Florida or say Georgia, where they were having snow, or Texas, are the weather stations up to predicting a snowstorm because they never have snowstorms, or does the data gathering equipment and the computing power, is it focused on snowstorms, or is the meteorological capability not up to forecasting a snowstorm?
You can take this, Quentin.
Forecasting snow is just really hard.
It's one of the probably the toughest thing to forecast. Really. Yeah,
because they're not in that range so much. It's out of the range of what they're doing.
Well, it's just, I think the physical process of winter weather is very tough to predict, and it's very, 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 very dependent.
It's very, very deterministic.
Mm-hmm. And so they're not really ready for it, and they're still learning or something?
Well, it's just a tough science to predict anyway. So, like, even us up here in Buffalo, these guys are veterans at snow forecasting, and they can still bust by, a couple inches of snow. They can be over or under the onset time, or maybe the snow band will shift, half a mile north, and then they'll get a foot more snow that they can't predict for because they don't know. They don't, they can only do so much.
But is there any
very variable?
Is there any difference in the technical equipment in, say,
Not
Texas?
Really.
It's the
they
same.
might their network's not as robust as ours. The New York State one, they don't have like a snow depth sensor, but they still have wind speed, precipitation, temperature.
The station networks are pretty standardized.
For spaced out
hardware. The hardware is pretty much the same at all these sites. They use almost the same identical equipment.
That's what I was getting at. Okay.
Right. So that really didn't change too much. It depends on location of their sites and stuff. Like if they're in more dense suburban areas, if they put their stations out, which most of the Midwest is kind of focused more for agriculture, where like New York's Mesonet is more based off of observational stuff because we have a lot of people and the weather affects a lot of people spread out, where Texas is like mostly it's for like agriculture use. They need weather data. Okay. And
so the good data is all over the place, but it's, what was it in Texas, that was it politically not spread out because there's political interference to prevent the dissemination of that data?
I don't think that. If anything, those people, the government funds the weather data even more. The most, like Oklahoma, they fund.
They'd have to.
Their state budget is budgeted for weather data, and that's a conservative state that probably denies climate change, but they invest money in their weather station network, and they put it in their state budget every year to pay for state funding for their Mesonet.
Because of tornadoes.
Well, that and the agriculture use too, because it has such a huge impact on everything in agriculture, which is a huge part of their economy. They pay for that. And we still haven't gotten that in New York, even though we have like the most extreme weather and, it affects the most amount of people and stuff. Still haven't gotten a dime from the state.
State is being a laggard as far as that's
concerned. Yeah, but New York has, it's just a shit show other ways. They just suck in every way, so.
Take it from a New Yorker, Sam.
Ask my dad. My dad would be. He complains about the state all the time.
He worked for the state.
I got to get out of here. He worked for the state, yeah, and the state, it's good in its ways, but it's also just, slow, and they're just not competent a lot. They don't hire good people. A lot of
corruption.
Just corruption, yeah. But it's a good job to have good job security, but it's just poorly managed.
Right.
It's poorly managed.
Well, it's the same as the poor management of the CDC and then NIH
Right.
in Washington.
There's
We
just
weren't
too
ready.
much.
We weren't ready for the pandemic because they had been gutted.
Yep.
So that's on the federal level, but the state level apparently is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with weather data. Is more state controlled, or is it more federal?
It's more state controlled.
Okay.
Yeah, each state is pretty much independently run. Like, they have their own mesonet or their own network that they run exclusively, and then they get money from the
It's
federal
typically
government. Has like a
via the universities and
yeah, a
stuff.
lot of them are set up through universities or public institutions.
Right.
Very very few of them are private. I don't think any of them are privately funded.
Well, it's too much.
Right, it's a lot of money to expend, and it's pretty much in a state.
Unless you're me.
Well, yeah,
It's more a public domain thing.
it's a public service. I look at it as a public service. It's like
It's tax dollars.
it's what?
It's tax dollars.
It's
right?
tax dollars, yeah.
Right. And so the universities look at it as a good use of their tax dollars to subsidize weather. Is that why the University of Albany is into?
Well, it's state,
weather?
it's state funded, and it's already set up there with they got researchers, they got the infrastructure, they got the staff to support that. UAlbany's kind of like our parent. They kind of take care of us and are just living with them. They pay for the building space, they pay for the internet, our servers and stuff. That's expensive to run. So university has all this stuff set up already. Like, they have the capabilities, because it's expensive to run this. I mean, it's exorbitantly expensive for.
Well, it's very good that the university is there,
and it's good for its outreach too, for education, because they can hire students. That we got student interns that won't learn from us. We got researchers that use our data to do research. So it's a really good collaboration between for the science of it. It's basically a science project, but it's got really good. It's set up for observational use and operational use, I should say.
So it's the university that actually takes state money. It's a state school.
Right. So, I mean, we are state funded in a ways, but not directly by the New York State government. It's like kind of diverted.
Through
it goes through SUNY. Got its pathways, but it's still, we're all funded through tax dollars for the most part. Public money pays for us. It's just we don't get we're not in the state budget listed saying, we get this much from.
Well, it's kind of convoluted, but wouldn't it be better to be managed by a university than by a corrupt government in Albany?
But we're still going to be managed by UAlbany. I mean, I don't think that'll ever change, but it's just, they're having to foot the bill for it, even though they're getting state money. But it's like, they could be using that money for capital improvement projects or putting it towards, PhD programs. But it's like they're funding us because they see the importance of us and how vital it is. If we weren't there, I mean, I'm sure their enrollment would drop. They'd probably lose a lot of grants for research.
Because your data goes into research, right?
Oh, yeah. People use there's tons of researchers at UAlbany that exclusively look at our data. And we have, we got a couple people on our staff that are paid to exclusively disseminate research and look at New York State Mesonet data. And that's their job.
Somebody has to.
Because that's how important it is.
Somebody has to transfer that data into something that AI can.
Yeah,
can
or develop
understand.
new products for better forecasts. That's all it's there for, is you got to do research to find out how to improve it, or if you're whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it's got so many gains to it. So
Right. I wonder if people appreciate the man on the street appreciates that.
nobody even knows who we are, but
No.
most people don't know. They look at a weather station.
Unfortunately not. I don't
People,
think.
I mean, people even can't pronounce anemometer. They
Anemometer.
people just don't even know like what half of the stuff is, and they look at it like it's some foreign, government spying project. But it's like, no, it's just collecting weather data. It's harmless. It's giving us the temperature out here, people. Most people just don't really care. They just look at their iPhone app. They're like, oh, it's 33 degrees. Okay.
They want the technology, the
quick.
benefit
They just
of
want
the
it quick.
technology, but they don't want to have to pay for it or understand it.
But you don't have to pay for us. We can go on their website and you can get data from us. You have to pay for a data archive if you want it, but you can go online and look at the temperature right now in New York City or in Buffalo and see what it is. And so
Well, that's why I'm I'm a believer in everybody should pay their taxes too. Because
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
got
we pay
really
for.
good use. Yeah, if we didn't, then none of this would be. We'd have to pay for that. Like, who wants to pay to see radar data? Because that could save your life if you know whether a tornado's coming or not. You can actually see it without having to pay for it. But
Right.
it is expensive to run those. I mean, it's very, very expensive for upkeep, and you got to pay personnel. Yeah, you got to pay benefits on that. So it adds up quick. But the benefits that you get out of that are exponentially better.
It's good. It's good.
It's a good investment. You're saving money on the road, down the road.
If people would just see through it and fund it.
Right. It's slowly getting there. It's only gotten better.
How does our weather dissemination of data compared with Europe's? Is Europe's way ahead of us, or are we?
I think they're way behind. They still don't have.
I think America has the best weather service,
Hands down.
and programs ever
Hands down.
in the world class.
Interesting.
But they don't. I mean.
They don't rely on the weather as much, really, in a way.
Yeah.
not-
I mean, I don't.
Well, they don't have a deadly tornado every month
Right.
either.
And there's not as much agriculture in
No.
in Europe as there is here.
Yeah. I'm sure they still have networks and stuff, but I don't think their radar network is as robust and beneficial. I don't think they have that infrastructure there at all.
No, their radar technology was pioneered in America.
Yeah, and they applied it over there. But I think Germany has on Radarscope. You can get German radars. You can get New Zealand. I think South Korea.
A lot of equipment comes from there.
Yeah, you can get Australian radar data, South Korean radar data, Germany, and I think who else?
Oh, I think South Korea
They have
has
3 stations.
NextRad.
They do, and that's funded for the military.
Japan.
That's the military.
Yeah.
U.S. military paid for that. Again, your tax dollars at work paying for weather data for another country you don't even live in.
Well, how about the development of weather instruments? That so many of them come from Germany. Do the design parameters for what is required to build a piece of technological weather dating, a sensor gathering, weather data gathering equipment? Does that come from America, or is that developed completely from Germany?
All over.
Most of the standards are based on the World Meteorological Organization.
Okay.
Because it's like a group. They've kind of set parameters for what specifications the instruments need to make, and then manufacturers just kind of make
grab
it
a hold of
to
it.
those specifications.
Okay. So that any manufacturer anywhere in the world could do it, but Germany just happens to be where it's more likely to happen because they're more technologically equipped.
You've got, it's kind of all over the board. Like you've got Vaisala in Finland, which they were the contracted company to make the automated surface observing systems for the airports in America for the FAA.
Okay.
So that's all the airport weather stations.
Right.
Quite a few components from them. You've got like Campbell Scientific in America that do data loggers. You've got RM Young, which are based out of Michigan, which make the propeller anemometers.
My
that are
$30
world-renowned.
stickers.
They use them everywhere.
My $30
Yeah.
stickers.
Yeah, you've got.
They better give us a freaking sponsorship at this point. I'm expecting that.
Yeah, you've got. So it's kind of a mixed bag throughout the world,
Right.
where everyone comes
Mhm.
from.
Because everything's online now anyway, so it's not
Right.
localized.
Right.
Okay. Well, it's a problem for Sam in dealing with those companies because there's one company that makes, I forget what it was, but made in Germany, but they're not very responsive to the defects in their equipment.
Yeah.
And so if they
But
were
they've-
here, if they were here in the United States, you could get at them more easily.
Yeah, but it's also a monopoly too, and they're just
They're the only ones making that equipment.
yeah, and they've
Yeah, they're a little shady.
yeah.
They need
I mean,
competition.
the products are amazing. Like the data we get is like amazing, but there's the support has just not been there, and I think we're one of the biggest, if not their biggest customer,
Okay.
and we still haven't gotten any better treatment for that or a repeat customer.
Wow. Holy cow.
And it's like we're kind of like a test bed for their products. Like we have so many of them, we actually see what's wrong with them, and we say, oh yeah, you guys have this design flaw with this model, and we keep having the same issue. And they'll be like, oh, it's your problem, it's not ours. They keep saying it's not their design fault, but it was their design
Meanwhile, fault. They're using your critique, and you're the test lab for their product, and I'll bet they're improving their product to preserve their damn monopoly.
Yep.
I'll bet that's the way they're thinking. They are listening to you, but not to improve
our stuff, just to improve
stuff.
Their, they're
to improve their business model or their engineering.
Yeah.
How corporate can you get?
Which is why the U.S. based companies are the best, like Campbell and R.M. Young are. The kind of mom and pop small look, it's all set up in the U.S. Everything's based here, and
they have more integrity.
They haven't.
Yeah, the R.M. Young facility only has like 40 employees,
and their customer service is amazing. I mean, you call them up and you can get a response to talk to somebody right the day of, get an email back within a few days. They're awesome, and if anything, they'll go out of their way to help you to make sure that everything's okay. And that's why they're probably my favorite two companies out there.
Wow, okay.
Just how they treat you like real people, and they respect you, and they they treat you like a human being, where the other companies just want your money and they're like, they could care less.
Right. That's interesting. I thought it would be the other way around, that the American companies would be more profit motivated at the expense of anyone else.
No, it's a really interesting thing,
because usually the German companies are more responsive and better engineered and
they are
socially responsible and all that sort of stuff.
There are quite a few German companies that are good. I think Vesela is just kind of an exception because they are
one company,
a bit of a monopoly in the East.
And their customer service is not good. It's terrible. So you obviously can tell. It's just gotten worse over the years. They've bought out more smaller companies. Every year they buy out bigger companies, so they just keep growing and growing.
Like Amazon.
They're trying to monopolize the market.
Cutthroat competition, in other words.
And it's expensive too. They got you by the balls again. It's like they're the only ones you can get accurate, really good humidity sensors from, but it's like you got to go through them.
Well, I would have thought that meteorology is such a niche market that somebody who really is interested in profit would go build refrigerators or something like that, and not weather equipment.
But
is that even true though? Because you report. Your guys report that those HMPs fail
in high humidity environments.
Yeah. So it's not even.
Well, I think they become way less accurate at higher humidities. They can't handle higher humidities for a longer time.
Deteriorate.
They do, like significantly. I think when they're at high humidities for extended periods of time, like it fries the sensor for some reason. I don't know.
So the thing just is not robust enough, or is the sensor just not?
It's not as, I guess, linear maybe, or
accurate at extreme ends.
Bad design.
Yeah.
This is really what it comes down to.
So I mean, they're really good though. Like they don't usually fail, or they don't have to get replaced. But just in high humidity environments for extended periods of time,
what could be happening is they do sell a warmed version.
That draws more power, though.
That might be why.
And they want you to buy the more expensive one.
Well,
the more.
Well, it's just because with the condensation that over repeated times it damages
the equipment.
It makes it less accurate. So what the heated probe does is it warms it just above ambient temperature, so water vapor can't condense on it. So your humidity readings don't get all out of whack.
It doesn't get wet, actually, to destroy the equipment.
Exactly. Okay. So that might be part of why. It's like, why aren't you using this version if you're always being subjected to
and that would
conditions?
Be definitely in like the tropics. It's not really a problem up here.
Yeah.
It's not often we're at full saturation except for when it's precipitating. So, but we'll never see like 75 or 80 degree dew points. I hope not. It's not like Florida where it's like constantly 70 degree dew points. They're at 96% humidity for like days straight.
Would they develop a special product for tropical use?
Well, they would just design. I'd hope with.
So that's what the warmed probe is.
Or maybe more UV resistant.
that's what the
materials
market
or something.
is targeted for.
The bearings would be, they use ceramic bearings because the salt water and the high humidity will wear out the bearings quicker.
Don't want
Yeah.
metal.
Yeah.
So that's why they use the ceramic bearings for, the anemometers, the mechanical ones. So,
Right.
but yeah, the salt water and the high humidity stuff, like, tears apart weather stations. That's what kills it. And especially the sun too. If it's in a high, very sunny environment, especially out in the desert at high elevations, it'll, everything yellows or, I think even it can melt it too. Sometimes when it gets so hot, it could start melting. I think they even had that at a wildfire at one of the mesonet sites in Oklahoma. They had a wildfire and it melted the radiation shield of the
things got a little droopy.
It literally started melting. It got so hot it started melting the plastic radiation shields that house the humidity sensor.
Yeah.
Literally melting it.
Yeah.
These are wildfires, so.
Sad.
Yep.
So that takes specialized equipment for extreme conditions.
Yeah.
Hot, cold, or high humidity.
Yeah. Building stuff out of
Special materials.
yeah, I know it at Whiteface, the summit of Whiteface. The weather station up there is stainless steel heated anemometers that are running. I don't know how much amperage or wattage is going through it.
Just to keep it warm
lot.
enough
to keep
operate.
ice from building up, because you'll have rime ice, 80-mile-per-hour winds with rime ice accreting on these, and it'll completely fuck up your wind data. So they have heated anemometers now. Mount Washington has they have a heated. I don't know. I think it's how many watts is it? I think it's like a couple hundred watts maybe. It's the pitot tube at Mount Washington.
You don't want to have to replace the batteries on those.
Yeah, but they use a pitot tube, so it's there's no moving parts. It just uses the static pressure differences to calculate wind speed, and it's super, super, super accurate. So it just has it's like a pitot tube on an airplane. It's how you determine
The speed of the aircraft.
the speed of the aircraft. Same principle, and you'll have two, static port, and then you'll have
Outlet.
an outlet. Yeah. And that's how they measure the wind data. It's super accurate. It doesn't freeze up. It's heated. So they have, the whole thing's made out of stainless steel or whatever. And it's got, a couple hundred watts of power going to it.
Even stainless steel will deteriorate it
Yeah.
with temperature changes and
Trying
condensation.
to see at the,
I guess there would be no condensation if it's heated.
let's see. Mount Washington, where is it?
That's the test of the crucible is Mount Washington because of the extreme temperatures.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to put the equipment to the test, that's where you put it.
Yeah, it doesn't say. I think it's how much wattage goes through it, but it's a lot to keep that thing heated. There's a picture of it.
There's no power up there. That would all have to be battery.
No, they got power up there.
Oh,
They got a whole there's
Yeah,
a whole
it's a
living
whole
quarter up there.
observatory.
There's a bunk room up there with a cat, and they got a whole kitchen, and 6,000 feet and above sea level, they got a freaking whole blown lodge up there that houses meteorologists researching data 24/7, collecting data 24/7.
Okay, that's the picture you took of that lodge up on the top.
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing that they're doing at Whiteface.
Mhm.
Yeah, there it is. That's what the pitot tube looks like. So that'll move with the wind and stuff, and there's like small little ports somewhere on the body there that have pressure tubes that go down into device that reads the pressure coming off there and calculates the difference in the pressure ports and calculates the wind speed from that using some crazy static pressure theorem or whatever.
The pressure measuring device would have to be heated too, wouldn't it?
No, just the whole device is heated right there. That whole thing is got I don't know what
Coils or
coil,
something.
yeah. But I think it's directly heated. Like the whole thing is heated. I don't really know too much about that.
You probably, if you put your hand against it, it
It
wouldn't
would probably
feel
burn
hot.
you.
That hot?
It might be, yeah, because they got to keep ice. I mean, they're talking 100+ mile an hour winds with, sub.
So how warm would the surface of the thing have to be to prevent ice from kicking on it?
I feel like at that altitude, they probably keep it at like, they probably above 40 or 50 degrees of it. They probably keep it relatively warm. I don't think
so. It's just 10 or 20 degrees above freezing.
Yeah, and it didn't really need much more than that. But maybe in stronger conditions, you want higher wattage. So
Would it be variable?
I think it is. I think you can change the power out to the heaters on there. I'm not really entirely sure.
Because it would get too hot in warmer weather then. There must be something to turn it on or off, or a thermostat maybe to regulate the heat in the...
Yeah, I know NRG makes a heated... Where is it? Oh, yeah. Ice-free hybrid anemometer from NRG. $300. That's actually pretty cheap. 96-watt heating element for de-icing.
96 watts. Wow.
In this, this thing's this big.
That's a lot.
Stainless
of
steel. Oh, yeah. But yeah, if you're talking, I mean, these are designed for top of a wind turbine, and if you get wind turbines on
top of a mountain or something,
you're talking crazy winds and crazy cold weather, so they need heated stuff to keep that from freezing.
So it could work in the Arctic and all that.
Oh yeah, it'll work through, rime ice events where mechanical propeller would freeze up right away. Because you get rime ice that builds up and everything freezes, then it stops reporting data, and it won't report data until it unfreezes, and then you lose all of that. So.
Do you have any of those up here?
Not the heated ones. It doesn't get that cold.
Okay.
But that's like the one I was showing you with the Alpine wind monitor. It's got that ice-phobic coating on it to prevent ice from building up, and that's not heated. That's just a plastic body with a coating on it to prevent it. And those work pretty well from what I've heard. But those aren't heated. Those aren't stainless steel. Those are just plastic with a special coating on it to prevent it.
That's why you have to replace them so often, because of
and they'll get beat up too.
The bearings probably.
Oh yeah, and the bearings, especially if you got high winds, it'll wear those out pretty quick. But that's just standard maintenance, really. Every year or two, you replace the bearings, and you're good. So.
Does the temperature actually affect the bearings? Like heating the plastic, does that degrade it? Or
I don't really think
water?
so. I mean, those are rated for like -40 to like
the bearings.
Yeah, I know the whole device itself is rated to like.
So long as there isn't freezing rain or ice, you're pretty much.
Yeah,
fine.
those can handle a lot. They're designed to be put through a lot of crazy weather, just temperature and wind speed wise.
Right.
So.
Direct sunlight on them.
Yeah, that too.
That's important.
Yeah, well, that just degrades the plastic too and stuff.
Is, right. Sensitive to UVB.
Right, and I'm sure they're coated with UV, protection and stuff. That's kind of all designed into it. Because they're sitting out there in the open for 365. In some pretty nasty conditions. So
that's why they're black, is to absorb heat and stay warmer and resist ice.
Yeah.
Doesn't work at night, but.
Yeah.
It warms it up during the day.
It does, yeah. Oh, wow. My battery's getting low on my computer. We're up to 4 hours now. Wow.
We've been podcasting
for 4 hours, yeah.
Doesn't feel like that.
I know. Yeah. This is crazy. Should probably eat soon anyway. I'm getting hungry.
Super nerds would rather talk about weather than eat.
Yeah. That's not like me. Well.
But what other allied interests do we have? Like Sam and I here are interested in pipe organs, photography, weather,
pizza,
and
and Costco.
And pizza. And Quentin, what are your other hobbies? Are there anything related to weather? Flying?
Yeah. So I like aviation.
Right.
I was working on getting my pilot's license. They kind of go hand in hand. I guess I kind of like draw sometimes. I'm more of a technical
Art.
person. Yeah. Not really like paintings or sketches, but just technical drawings.
Okay.
That
Mechanical
sort of thing.
drawing and engineering. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you?
Yeah, I really enjoy like why I built a weather station is because I really like to work with my hands and stuff and the whole engineering thing. So.
Did you have to study mechanical drawing or drafting to get that, or did you do it on your own?
No. Well, I took a drafting class in high school just for fun, but
You don't use that much?
No. I kind of just did my own style of things.
Right.
Just kind of learn things on my own. It's kind of how I've approached life, is doing it myself.
Well, that's how people are learning now. It's not so much school. They get online and talk to other people with similar interests like we're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can learn photography or how to play the piano or
Right.
How to steal stuff out of Target and not get caught.
right. Have a flash mob, do a
At the
smash and grab
at the Apple store.
Right. So
Exactly.
Which if they can do it, then I could, right? I could just go in there and steal
Yeah.
shit, If they have the right to, then
Absolutely.
I do.
Yeah.
But does it feel morally right? Maybe not.
no. Well, the whole idea
No,
is
if
to
you
avoid.
don't think about it too
Whole
hard.
idea is to avoid the morals and using the internet to get away with
Mhm.
something instead of doing something constructive.
Exactly.
And there are, I believe, people. Sam and I have been talking about this the last 24 hours. There are, I believe, people who get a thrill, like we might get a thrill out of flying a plane or dealing with very sophisticated equipment. They get a thrill out of seeing what they can get away with.
And see how
That's
much money they can,
Yeah.
or value they can steal or whatever.
Right. Or
Must be a popular thing with politicians.
right. Like, or how many
doing the same
people
thing.
can we kill if we shoot up a school?
Yeah.
Why that
Yeah.
that's like that has been set free by the internet, unfortunately. That's the bad side of it. That you get the copycats say, "Oh, I've just found the thing in my life that I want to do more than anything else," and go postal at school.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Yeah.
that's the influence of the internet, where things were more inhibited when I was a kid. If
Well,
somebody wanted to do that, they wouldn't think they could get away with
Well, and
it.
I think it's
so
for
they-
attention too. People want to be known as, the next big one.
influencer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. It's a thing.
Mm.
it's just egos too. I mean, it's just people that have big egos and they want, they
Attention.
want to go down as a,
Donald Trump,
or a martyr. Is that what they call him? Or
a martyr or a hero or
yeah,
a notorious something
killer.
or other.
Yeah, and that's what people thrive off of. Is just that just it's messed up. But
Well, I think that drives
Yeah.
a lot of the drug culture too. I think people get a thrill out of seeing how many drugs they can take without and get high without killing themselves. And it's like they seek the danger of the drugs.
they
or
push
something
it
like
and
that.
push the envelope.
Right, pushing the envelope. That's the thing. So
It's not worth the risk, though. It's gone way south.
Nope.
Not worth the risk.
So the thrill to me would be pushing the envelope to see how good a pipe organ we could build, or
How fast I can go in my car.
how fast you can go in your car, or how accurately you can predict the weather.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pushing an envelope, but in a good way.
Mm-hmm. Non-destructive way.
All right. So I wonder who's going to win the contest: the forces of evil or the forces of constructive use. It's too much politics, but that's not. But it affects it affects weather.
Controls us.
Right.
It's all
It's
dumb.
stupid.
Anyway, so one of these days, Quentin, did you ever visit Rochester, or have you traveled a lot?
Not. I've never been to New York, but I was planning on coming up there sooner than later.
One of these months.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really worth it now. It's just so gloomy and, it's not as nice
Yeah.
as the summertime. So
So we may wait until the spring.
you could book your flight out when it's cheaper now.
Yeah. Exactly.
There's no easy. I don't think there's any direct flights to St. Louis. It's like you got to go to Washington and have a 2-hour layover and then get a transfer here or something.
Are Missouri or just depends where, or you are in Missouri? Does the summer get like ridiculously hot there? So it's better to go north.
Yes.
Okay.
It gets
At
oppressive.
St. Louis. Okay.
Yeah, it can get bad.
Because up here is beautiful in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Oh
not,
yeah.
not that hot, but of course it's getting hotter, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Yeah, we've got high temperatures and high humidities. So late summer it gets pretty
Humid.
unbearable.
It gets like that up here too. Late summer gets pretty nasty. July, August is like the most humid.
Here in Rochester?
Yeah, just upstate in general.
Right.
I think just how the pattern's set up and the way that jet stream aligns and all that stuff.
Because this used to be the vacation haven where people came to
It
get
still
away
is.
with
I
it.
mean, it's still nice. I mean, the humidity we get is, it's not like Florida, but it's
Has the
comes in
humidity
waves.
has the humidity and temperature increased up here that much in summer from like 50 years ago, or
I'm sure. Yeah.
has
I
there
mean,
been a lot of
everything's
climate change here?
Yeah. I mean, it's gone up everywhere. I mean, the temperature's gone up everywhere you look on average over the 50 years. Like it's just gone up.
Right.
It depends on where you are though, how much it's gone up or the rate it's changing every year. But I don't know. It hasn't seemed that bad here. Like it kind of varies from summer to summer. Some summers you'll have 1 or 2 90-degree days, and the next summer you might have 10 or 15 or something. It kind of cycles. Like some years you'll have good snow, the next year you'll have bad snow, where it's kind of cyclical. But there's just a trend, I guess, going in that direction. So.
And to me, it sounds like it's gotten more variable. It was a lot more
Yeah, it's been very variable.
within certain boundaries. Then those boundaries have expanded so greatly.
Yep.
So you never know what you're going to get from one season to the next. But
Yeah.
with El Nino and El Niña, we can predict that better. We understand that better. I never heard of that when I was a kid growing up. We didn't know what El Nino was.
It's a relatively new discovery, so
And how
thanks
it
to researchers. So somebody had to search that for I don't know how many years. Several. Yeah. It's
But
a huge undertaking.
But to correlate all that data of what's happening in the South Pacific, how it affects the weather in the Northeast, it's like, who figured that one out? Who made that correlation? Was it the national or the what was the International Weather Society?
Oh, WHO? Or no, that's the health. WMO, World Meteorological Organization.
Okay, right. But would they have discovered the
I'm not
correlation
sure.
between that, or-
They might have commissioned the research for it, but it was probably a collaboration of researchers, in a project by a, WMO or maybe NOAA funded it, saying, we have this hypothesis, like, we'll give you X dollars to research this. And that's what they came up. I'm sure it was probably a collaboration of like 20 or 30 researchers that all did research from all different schools around the world on this one project. And that's how they came up with the discovery. That's what I assume, at least. I don't know too much about how
they saw a pattern to something that
and they collected data from it. They deciphered data from, as far as they could go back, I bet, to try to, run models or to try to see what cycles or patterns there was and make correlations with what weather was happening with what, the jet stream was like or what the sea surface temperatures are like. I mean, it was super involved.
I wonder.
Huge discovery, though. I mean, it has huge implications with our weather, not just in the Pacific, but literally around the world. It has implications of how the weather's going to be and what it's going to be like.
I wonder if politicians have any idea how important that was.
Probably not.
Or they would have cut off the funding if they knew they were doing something so, quote, superfluous, unquote, and put that money to better use, like developing better weapon systems for the military or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But it just shows the integrity of science and the scientists, that they would keep their minds focused on something that was more constructive like that.
Yeah.
And be able to siphon off that funding to develop that kind of research. It's amazing that it would go on.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going on with culture and in my field of music, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
But better, at least the art of weather forecasting has improved greatly.
Oh, yeah. It continues to improve every
It's
year.
probably because of the need for agriculture and aviation and everything else
Mhm.
that it's been able to flourish as well as it
Oh, yeah.
has.
I think I'm gonna probably cut it here.
Are you getting too hungry?
I'm getting too hungry, but I think 4 hours is pretty long for a podcast.
think so.
Yeah, you're yawning.
Yeah.
I'm just hungry.
Did you get a good meal before this, Quentin?
No.
I rolled out of bed
Nice.
before I got on here.
That's you're in our time zone, isn't?
No,
it's
hour back.
Central.
Yeah.
Central, St. Louis Central. Okay. Wow.
So it's what?
Okay, so you got up at. So
it's
you-
already
it's
3
9
o'clock. Holy crap.
So it's 2:00 for him.
Yeah. Wow, it's already 3.
But at some point, eating
Yeah.
will be more important than meteorology.
Yeah.
So
It's always more important than whether it's eating.
Is it?
Well, in my world, I'm hungry all the time.
Yeah.
Quentin sounds like he has more endurance. That he'd put the equipment first before.
Yeah,
he
he
ate.
would. He would. He stayed up. You stayed up till what? 3 in the morning the other day, putting your weather station out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a mistake.
Why was it a mistake? Didn't you take work off?
Yeah, the next day because I felt like crap when I woke up.
Well, that's why you took off work, so you could sleep in and relax. Did you
Yeah.
sleep in though? Oh, you did.
Yeah.
You just still felt like crap.
It was awesome. Yeah.
Do you work in meteorology and data technology? Is that?
No, so I work for a calibration company.
Oh, that's right.
that
Yeah, he told me.
does-
So you actually
So I do
manufacture the equipment and calibrate it?
No, so we only calibrate. I'm the final inspector there, so I sign off on the tooling, like the cal stickers and the certificates that we issue them.
So you're not
So,
working for the manufacturer, you're working for calibration.
No, we are our customers, which are just businesses that use tools that need them calibrated for auditing purposes. They send them to us, and we make sure they work.
So you're like
correctly.
the underwriter's
then-
laboratory.
Yeah, we're a lab basically. Yeah.
I guess there would be a need for that because manufacturers are interested in profit, not the product itself.
Yeah.
How do we get that going with the car industry?
Oh, we do.
I guess it's aftermarket.
Ironically.
Aftermarket technology from private.
We calibrate for GM and Toyota and Kawasaki, I believe. So, yeah. Too bad it doesn't reflect their products.
That's a good use for people's OCDs. So
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
closer to perfection every time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, that's sort of what I do as a pipe organ technology. I take supposedly a finished pipe organ and fine tune it and make it work faster and better and more reliably and sound better and be in better tune. But the manufacturers hate me because they're always getting feedback from me that they don't want how to build a better product when they're just trying to make they're trying to make money. So I guess if you're going to have good meteorological equipment, then you need both the manufacturer and you need the calibrators and to make
Exactly.
to
'Cause
make the product viable.
Your measurement is useless if you can't verify that it's measuring
Yeah.
correctly.
Okay, so you have to make it viable. In other words, they provide the basic hardware, but you make the hardware work.
We apply reference standards,
Okay.
like a known reference. So if, for instance, temperature sensor, we can set a temperature bath to, say, 20 degrees Celsius, which is like 68
Okay.
or 60 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's a known temperature. It's calibrated. It's very
Actually
precise.
test
You
it.
put that temperature sensor in
So you
there.
actually have to physically
then-
test it.
Yeah. So then you see, like, is this reading the same or is it off? Do we have to adjust it, et cetera, et cetera?
Right. Are most of them pretty adjustable, or some of them just do you have to replace something?
It depends. It really just depends on what it is the customer sent in.
So a customer who buys the equipment sends it to you for calibration? Is that how? Okay.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
the manufacturers are not paying you to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So that keeps it uncorrupted.
Yep.
Right.
You get an impartial calibration, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Well, again, the customer is bearing the cost of it, but that's the way things are going today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's especially important for auditing purposes, like if you're building airplanes and stuff. You'll need to know what tool was used on that airplane if it went down, and you need to determine if that tool was calibrated to eliminate, like in a hypothetical situation. So you can everything is traceable back to wherever it was done.
Okay. So you have a lot of responsibility to make sure that it's accurate.
Yeah, it's a big
because you
deal.
could get sued if something didn't work as up to spec.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, so you're on the front line. It puts the manufacturer off the front line. That's the way I'm looking at it politically, but we're too easy on our manufacturers here, I think. The bigger the corporations get, the more irresponsible they become. It's like an inverse relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you get better probably equipment from a smaller company like Young or something. That's why maybe a family, or it's a small group of stockholders that run the company.
Yeah, the smaller the better. I think they're more manageable and less corruption.
That's pretty true.
I think they just work better too. So you get too big and too powerful. That's kind of what happens. So
at least with meteorological stuff I've seen.
Well, I wonder if the meteorological meets the theological there with Union, with Utah. You have all the Mormons there. They're
True.
They're hugely and very rigidly religious, and they're super moralistic. Too much for me, but
and that kind of trickles down
the
to
product,
the business practice.
to the product. If you're doing business with a Mormon, you know what you're getting into, and they're usually pretty ethical, but they kind of hide behind their religion as far as paying taxes and everything else is concerned. But I know they build good pipe organs, and they're good organists, and it's good to have a Mormon for a friend. As long as it's not a romantic relationship, then they make good friends because they're very responsible, and so that's the kind of people you'd want building weather sensors. That they would take better care of engineering and quality control than some big manufacturer in New York City or something like that. Of course, that's why we don't have manufacturing in New York City.
Everyone left New York.
It was
too expensive.
Too expensive and
too politicized.
Too politicized.
Yeah, and too many regulations too. New York just loves to get their hands on everything and regulate and tell you what you can and can't do. So people are like, "Oh, screw this."
Right. I don't think it was the regulation. It was just what you can and can't do to make more money. But the regulations in New York have to be more stringent because the concentration is so much higher. You have to be more careful of fire, accuracy, safety, and all that
pollution
that
and stuff. Yeah.
And so it's if you have an explosion in New York, you're going to kill more people than if you have one in Utah.
Oh yeah.
So we have to be more careful with codes for electrical handling of gas and code and regulation of business and regulation of rents and all that sort of stuff. I disagree with Sam. I think we need more regulation by the government of big corporations.
Oh, that I agree on. Yeah.
So.
But not too much,
The corporations get too big; they can't be controlled.
We need regulation that makes
Less
sense.
regulations on people and more on companies and
That's right.
corporations.
That's it.
Because people are just too overregulated. They're telling you what you can, you can't get married to a man, or you can't get an abortion, or it's like
Fewer, better regulations.
Right.
And
social regulations, I guess you could call them.
Yeah, they can. That way they can squeeze more taxes out of us too.
But then you just go after the corporations because they have more money than the taxpayers because we're all broke. It's
Right.
like, why don't you go after the companies that have billions of dollars in offshore accounts or whatever?
Well, they already use all the loopholes
I know,
and stuff.
but that's the
so
problem is
that's
that those
fine.
loopholes are still open and still around, and the government knows. They just don't want to close it up because they're getting money from that. So it's like,
Well, yeah, because they use
Yeah.
it too.
yeah,
They're all part of the same game.
It's not
They're
not
buddy
by
buddy.
and for the people anymore. It's by of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations. And corporations are people just like you and me, so they don't have to. They get rights. I don't think a corporation should have rights. A corporation should be allowed to function.
Corporation is an entity,
Not a person.
It's not
Right.
a person.
So that was why Citizens United was such a disaster. But I wondered, has that made things worse in meteorology as it has in other areas, like the ascendancy of the corporations? Has that affected the industry of meteorology?
I don't think so much on the
Yeah.
manufacturing side as much as just it being politicized.
Right. Because Donald Trump forbade the use of the term climate change or global warming was not allowed to be used at cabinet meetings or by the government or something in Washington.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
They weren't allowed to use the term.
Hmm.
And like, you want to talk about political censorship.
Oh yeah.
And who was behind that? I don't think it was just Donald Trump. I think that must have been oil companies or
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
polluting.
For sure.
And why did Donald Trump get away with it? Because the Congress is on the same payroll with the lobbyists from the oil companies.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the corporations develop our technology, but they become the enemy of the civilization because of their profit motive. They're not building for the benefit of the product. And so Henry Ford, I discussed this with Sam, Henry Ford was sued by his stockholders in the early 20s because in that early roaring 20s, his company was making profits right after World War I that were unheard of. And he wanted to give his employees a raise for the sake of giving them a raise so that he wouldn't have so much turnover. It was good business. But he also looked at it as a moral thing because he was a strict Baptist and he wanted to pay his employees better. So his stockholders sued him to prevent him from giving the raise because, and it went to the Supreme Court. He sued the stockholders back. And it went to Supreme Court, passed in 1924. It was, again, a conservative court, passed a ruling saying that the number one priority of a corporation is to make money, not to build cars, not to give good quality, not to protect the consumer, but to make money. And they overruled Henry Ford. He could not give them a raise.
Wow.
Because the stockholders said no.
Wow.
And so it happened again in 1947 when the government wanted to mandate safety glass in cars because too many people were being killed by flying glass. In 5-mile-an-hour fender benders, people would die from flying glass. And so Henry Ford had to go to court and say that to put safety glass, which had been developed in World War II for the jets and for the fighter planes, that safety glass would cost $27.50 per car. That would raise his cost, $27.50 for every Ford vehicle that was made, and his stockholders wouldn't permit it. And so he had to come to Congress and lobby against the use of safety glass. He got overruled, and they passed a law, I think, the next year that all cars made in the United States had to have safety glass. But today, that wouldn't happen. With the Congress we have today, I don't think would happen. And so it's affected science. Climate science, I'm sure, is politicized because of it. Um, and I know it's affected the arts negatively. You know, I'm more in the arts than in the science. So the thing is how to get corruption out of the government for the betterment of science and everything else, not just people.
Yeah.
But to preserve the civilization. Because I think we're fighting for our lives. I'm scared very much by climate science because I remember, or climate change, because I remember how regular the weather was. Of course, there would be variations in the weather, but they stayed within certain limits. Now we're just pushing. We see weather records being broken by too high a percentage, and it's like how much further out of control is this going to get before people take it seriously?
Probably going to take a while.
Really?
I feel like it is, yeah.
But that's why we need good data reporting so that the changes are in our faces and we know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's slowly getting there. So
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Are people accepting it, do you think? Or
Yeah, it's becoming more of a standard thing is having.
mainstream?
Yeah. But it takes it's taken a long time.
It's lagging too.
I mean, they should have had these systems set up 50 plus years ago, but they didn't have the infrastructure, probably the money and stuff. So they were kind of too late to the game now. You know, we should have put these in the 80s when they put radar in and put more weather stations in. But, all that costs money, and
technology is more
probably advanced now.
It was applied to more profitable things or more military things, as usual. But I don't know. I guess that's the imperfection is with people. So
right.
We can build more accurate weather measuring equipment than we can build accurate people. So they have to have AI manage the weather a little bit.
Yeah, that's the direction we're going
data.
in. Well, we're at 4.5 hours now.
You want to make it for 5?
No, I think we should cut it. It's 3:30 already.
Too late to make pancakes.
No, it's not. I still want pancakes.
He's still got the
It's never too late.
Sam is not ruled by the normal sociological
constructs of society.
Right. Yeah, that's it. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
He's very unconventional.
But honestly, sometimes breakfast is better than dinner. Sometimes, having breakfast for dinner. It is good. Breakfast is good anytime, especially at 3 a.m. when you're pissed drunk. Going to Denny's is like the best thing in the world. It's terrible for you, but you're like, man, this shit hits the spot.
Right.
Sometimes better than McDonald's and like the greasy spots. Like I want to go to a greasy diner late at night because that stuff's just like, I could eat that any day, all day, every day. Well, bacon, pancakes, maple syrup, sausage, eggs.
Well, eggs, protein, that's good, but I'm not sure.
Carbs are good for if you're drunk too, helps absorb some of the alcohol. So sobers you up a little bit. Like, having
eating carbs after you get drunk?
I'd say so, yeah. I think eating anything helps you sober up. Just your body has something to bind to, or, it's better to have a full stomach than an empty stomach, when you're drinking. Or I guess not too full, but don't ever drink on an empty stomach.
But the system is, the alcohol effect is dissipated by any form of nourishment that comes in at the same time.
Yeah, at least what I've noticed. You can sober up from drinking more water and eating more. Mm-hmm. So, and sometimes it'll prevent you from having a bad hangover, just staying hydrated.
Is it possible to get drunk on meteorological measuring equipment?
Quentin, you got to answer this. Do you get drunk or high off of meteorological equipment, or is like a high for you doing this? Like when you're doing that at 3 a.m, were you getting?
Can you get addicted?
Yeah. Can you?
No.
I would beg to differ.
A passionate
predisposition, like a personality predisposition for accuracy, or
just sensors alone, just the hardware for it.
So most people would consider it very unsexy, but if it's your if it's your passion,
it is sexy.
Then it's like you can have a passion like that for classical sculpture.
I like measuring things. I think
Hmm.
that's part of it. And I like the weather. And
Certainty.
I'm like, oh, well, we can do both
Yeah.
at once.
So it's about certainty with something that's hard to predict or hard to measure.
Yeah, it's like the challenge of being able to measure
Okay,
something.
so it's a challenge.
So
Okay,
difficult.
that make
I don't
now
I
now
don't
it makes
know.
sense to me. But
I just
okay,
like it.
now it makes sense to me because I'm challenged to see how in tune I can get a pipe organ to be, but it's never perfect.
You're always going to be fighting with it, just like weather. You're always going to be fighting with making it perfect. It's like the temperature will go up by half a degree, and then
Changes the
everything's all screwed up.
changes
Yeah.
the tuning. And it's the same thing with playing an organ. You can't ever play perfectly. If you did, it wouldn't sound very good. But how to make it play accurately so you don't play wrong notes. And it's an artistic challenge. But it sounds like you're more interested in a technical challenge with the equipment.
There is I would argue in my case it's kind of a mixture of both.
It's an art
There
too.
because some of these parts I've needed to make, there is a craftsman side to it.
Okay. So that's an art in a way. Industrial art, but it's still a challenge.
Like, for example, these to measure barometric pressure, you can use these things called static pressure ports, which in layman's term make the barometric pressure more accurate when it's windy. And that requires like you can't just go out and buy that. You have to make it yourself. So
You
it's
can
a
buy them.
it's a whole thing.
Right?
Well, the ones that I use because mine are the best.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
what's a pressure port look like? Is it a sealed unit that changes its dimension when the barometric pressure increases or decreases, or is it how does it actually work?
Sam, you can.
Yeah, I'm going to get a picture of that.
You should. Yeah. It's essentially an apparatus that manipulates the wind direction to follow a certain path so that
It looks like a
you're
UFO.
essentially measuring static
It's like these
pressure.
two plates on top of each other. Sometimes there's 4 plates. I don't know how it works exactly, but you can probably explain it better. It's not my specialty.
Do you have the picture of the quad plate?
It's just a dual plate. Where's the quad plate? I'll have to go to the website for it. Yeah, Diacon, right? Quad plate pressure port.
Yeah. So
Yeah, there it is.
what that apparatus does is it essentially simulates a static chamber with that cylindrical part in the middle, and that the stem that goes up through it that everything is mounted on, there are teeny tiny holes around that.
Oh, so I can't see that.
Oh, this is it right here.
I believe there's a broken down image of it on there too.
Yeah, I got a picture. Yeah, there's a kind of a blow up view of it. Yeah, there's the 2 plates right there.
Okay. Now, so that little nipple on the upper left is I'm sure that nipple on the upper left, is that where a tube comes out and goes to a machine or a measuring device? Or is the measuring device?
Yeah, so the
I was trying to see how this thing
where is
works.
it? Yeah, so the cylinder, you can see that the shorter section of pipe with the thread on it,
Uh-huh.
with that little mushroom part.
That's what he's talking about.
The mushroom part is
Yeah, towards the top, right?
The top left there, or top right.
Right.
So that part connects to the longer piece with the barb fitting, and then that would connect to the actual pressure transducer, which measures the air pressure. So you've got that wider cylinder piece. Those two, the two
Aerodynamically.
smaller circles with all of the holes in them.
Which I can't see the holes, but
You're talking about the gap between the two plates, right? The big plate and the small plate? Or no?
On the bottom right, those two.
Oh, yeah.
So those two go on either side of that cylinder, so it creates a sort of chamber around the tube with the holes in it.
okay, I'm not understanding it, but so the large two plates, I guess the circular plates are they wind baffles or guides or?
Yes, that's exactly what they do. So they're guiding the wind to form a parallel movement across all of those tiny holes.
Absolutely horizontal or something. Okay.
Yes. So then, in essence, you've created a static port, which is like on an airplane. It's just a hole on the side of the airplane that, because the wind is moving so fast, you're measuring just the barometric pressure, because there's no influence of the wind pushing on it.
It's just going across it, but without pushing
Yes.
into it or sucking out of it.
Exactly. And so it's open on both sides. So the wind is going horizontally across both sides. So it can't push in or out. And so it ultimately creates a static chamber just by way of the wind going over it, because it cancels the top and bottom
Okay.
out. So there's
So,
no movement.
So you have something that's 360 degrees in circumference, sensing air from all directions at once. And so the directions from one side cancel out the directionality from the other side and produce an accurate measurement on the inside. Is that?
The beauty of it is there's no sensing. It's purely like pressure based, like mechanical wind. So the tube from the chamber just goes to the sensor. The sensor can measure it wherever. It's the chamber creates that static pressure for the sensor.
And the chamber is that like central canister between the two smaller baffles.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So that's got the pressure varying inside of it from what's going on outside. And how does that pressure actually get to something that actually measures it? What's connecting it to that? I don't see any connect.
So that's what so that smaller tube threads into that longer one, and that's sealed, like quote unquote sealed. It's not sealed because it's venting from the air. But then that barb fitting would connect to a little tube that would connect to an actual pressure sensor that could turn the transducer that turns the pressure into like a digital output.
Okay, I was just diddling with the computer here trying to find this. And did you actually make this one that he's showing us?
So this one they manufactured this one out of aluminum. I made mine out of, I actually 3D printed it.
Of what?
I 3D printed it. I used a method. I used an outsourced place out of like China or whatever manufactures cheap things. I used a process called SLA printing or stereolithography, which is where you've got this vat of resin and you have a plate, that there's a UV light that cures the resin in a certain shape, layered. So you eventually build up whatever you're trying to print based on like the layered
Almost
cured
like a 3D
resin.
picture or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And you're making it out of a resin, did you say? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's like a UV cured resin that creates a solid object just based on the layers of curing from the UV light pattern.
And the UV light is actually curing the resin to form it into
Yes.
what it's going to become finally. Wow.
Yes.
And so can you sell these things to other like weather stations or to
So the problem is that this is patented, at least my design. I just used the one for one for it because I was just using it for private use. I'm not selling it.
Okay.
So the patent was filed in 1988, and so it's expired. But I don't know if there's any law that I would need to worry about. So I just don't even risk it.
You're not at risk
No.
of violating somebody's patent rights.
Right. Some IP law. I wouldn't worry about that.
Wow. Has anybody ever wanted to buy something from you on that one? Like, have you ever marketed it?
So the problem is that probably 5 people know about these and like properly understand how to use them and like know of their existence. Like me, Sam, you, and like 2 other people, along with like the super professional weather stations. So there's not really a market for them anyway. But like if like friends are putting together a weather station, I'll be like, hey, like I'll just give you this for $50, like just under the table, like it's no big deal.
But the advantage of it is it's highly accurate and very fast or something.
Yes, it is incredibly accurate.
And it's like super real time, like very fast. What is it?
Yeah, it reacts dynamically with the environment. It's just the air pressure. It's hooked up directly to the pressure sensor.
Wow. I'm still looking at where the tube is on the lower. I'm trying to work. Oh, tube.
Sam, show him go to Young's website.
Oh yeah.
And show him the pressure port for that. It'll show him how it hooks up.
Oh, there's the tube. Okay.
Let's see. There it is. There's a drawing for it.
Okay, so is that the pressure tube there?
The pressure tube would come out of this end right here.
Okay.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, there it is.
Center tube is the pressure.
Yeah, there it is.
And the offset bracket keeps the measuring equipment away from the tube so it can get 360
Yeah.
degrees
Mm-hmm.
measurement without any turbulence.
Right. Yeah, here we go. Errors as high as 3 hectopascals can be caused by winds of 20 meters per second blowing over a typical barometer inlet tube. So you can get errors up to 3 hectopascals higher because of the winds that affect the pressure readings.
Okay. How much is a pascal? I'm not a meteorologist, but
What, PSI or
in PSI or inches of water column. I know how to measure inches of water column, but
look it up.
I'm just looking for a reference of how small a difference in pascals, because I notice you get Pascal weather. And
Yeah.
I don't know how to read a barometer anymore, in other words.
Yeah, so 3 hectopascals is 0.04 psi or 0.089 inches of mercury. If that helps.
Inches of
what was the
mercury as a
PSI
unit
again? I'm
just
sorry.
kind of sucks.
What was that?
What was the PSI again?
0.04
Point
for
0.
3 hectopascals.
So 4. That's 3 pascals is 4/100ths of a.
Or 3 hectopascals, so that would be 300 pascals.
300 pascals would be,
0.04 psi.
and this thing is measuring 3 pascals.
No, hectopascals.
Oh, heptapascal.
Yeah.
A heptapascal is
Hecta is, what's the multiplier for that? 100?
That's 100,
Yeah.
I think.
so that's 300.
Yeah, because one millibar is equal to 1 hectopascal, which would equal 300 pascals.
And a millibar is
Yeah, 1 millibar is equal to 100 pascals. Their standard, that is equal to 0.014 psi or 0.03 inches of mercury.
0.03 inches. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to cause
Well, it's
errors.
Believe the WMO accuracy is
0.5.
0.03.
Oh, wow. So this is really...
This is in PSI you're doing?
No, don't quote me on that. Hold on. Let me find the thing here. But yeah, it's significantly more than. Let's see.
I just want these pancakes.
Laboratory intercomparison of. Sorry, the WMO is a 0.15 hectopascals plus or minus.
Wow, it's a very, very small number.
Yeah.
So this is definitely well above that.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yep.
Manufacturing tolerances must be awfully tight.
Oh, yeah, you have to for this kind of stuff. You don't have much leeway for accuracy.
Oh, maybe it's 0.3.
Oh.
Sorry. But still, that's tenfold.
Pancakes. I just want pancakes.
Us technical nerds are.
I guess you don't need food. Nobody needs food. Ridiculous. I'm sorry.
We'll have to do podcasts from the kitchen from now on.
But yeah, while I'm making food. Spill like hot oil on me or something. Ah, fuck. All right. What do you think? Should we call it a wrap there? We're 4 hours and
think so.
56 minutes in. It's going to take you like a day to upload your audio, Quinn. I hope you know that.
Because yeah, it is. It's going to take forever.
I'm sorry. You're better off just shipping me a CD and I'll just decode it. Send me a flash drive. Honestly, that's probably going to be quicker. And spend $30 in shipping.
Yeah.
In a padded envelope. It's going to be a running joke.
I wonder how much it cost. My friend shipped me a CD of his piano playing for Christmas. I wonder how much that cost.
I hope not $20.
I don't think so.
I hope not.
I threw away the mailer.
All right. Well, I think we're going to call it here. I think this is a long podcast. Are we we're going to post all of this, right? Or okay.
Yeah.
Why not? I'll just edit out the part where I lost your audio, and then I'll have to restitch it. Did you keep the audio going on your end, or did you start in? Okay.
Yeah.
So my meteorological incompetence will survive forever now?
It will.
Oh, wow. I guess I'm honored.
It's on permanent record on the internet. Once you post it, there's no going back.
Well, I didn't utter any profanity, at least.
I did many times. But that's okay. This,
Keeping it professional.
Yeah, professionals are allowed to curse.
Right. All right. Well, I guess to everybody who is still out there, if anyone wants to listen to 5 hours of nonsense, if you're going on a 5-hour road trip or something, this is great. This is a good way to spend your time on a Saturday morning. Yeah, we should do a live broadcast one of these days and have some people call in.
That would be cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to meet you sometime. I don't get to St. Louis, Missouri. I was only Missouri like 7 years ago to visit an organ builder. But I've never been to St. Louis. Here it's a cool town.
Yeah, it's cool. You just gotta know where to go.
Where not to go.
not to go.
Like any other big city.
Yeah.
Well, it was great learning from you, Quentin. I just there are things I never knew before. So
Oh, anytime.
that's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks for listening, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day, your weekend.
Yes. How often do you do this podcast? Every Saturday?
Yeah.
Well,
It's been a
great.
weekly podcast.
It's a good exchange of ideas and information.
It's a good thing to do on a weekend as well. It's a good.
Gives me a reason to get up before
There you go.
10.
Well, I admire your expertise, Quentin. That's really something.
It's appreciated.
Right.
Definitely a niche.
Well,
for sure.
I'm in a niche too, but I'm not sure I'm as competent as you guys are in yours. I'm not so smug as I
Oh, there's always
I'm
room
not so
to learn.
smug as I was 5 years ago, 4 years, or 5 hours ago. So.
All right. Well, thanks for listening.
Yeah, we will catch you in the next one.
Catch you in the next podcast, whenever it is. I'm out of town this next weekend, so unless I did it down in Florida, I'll be down in Florida. I could do it with my friend Drew. We could do a live one, maybe. I'd have to bring my mics down there.
Nah,
I could actually I could probably record it off my phone. It'd be okay audio. Yeah, I can make it work. I think that'd be kind of fun.
You just touch base for a little while, maybe, just to keep the tradition alive.
Right. Even if it's just a quick one next week.
Yeah. Just keep it going.
All right.
Keep promoting.
Thanks for listening for 5 hours. Hopefully we didn't waste too much of your time. We'll
hope you learned something.
Me too. Thank you.
Thanks for having our guest Peter from New York, who made it all the way up here. So thanks him for his time and expertise and insight into our world of weather.
Nobody wants to pull the trigger and say goodbye.
Yeah. Because you're just too busy clicking on your computer, Quentin. That's all I can hear is you clicking. You're not even paying attention anymore. Freaking bum. Stop clicking on... What are you clicking on right now? What are you possibly doing?
My mouse?
Yeah, but what are you doing right now on your computer?
My mouse?
You texting your girlfriend?
No, I was looking through the document.
Oh, okay. So that's more important than us. I see. I see.
Yeah. It's
Oh.
from Belgium.
Well, I'm gonna go make my pancakes because those are more important right now.
It's from the Duscher Vetterdienst.
The what? Huh?
From the what?
Doucher.
The laboratory intercomparison of static pressure heads is written by Eckhard Lanzinger and Karsten Schabatz from Duscher Vetterdienst. Vetterdienst
Oh, it's
from Hamburg, Germany.
Dyson. I
Did you
heard
say-
Dyson.
Did you say doucher?
I think he did.
That sounds like something down my alley. Oh God. So what is the Germans design a douche or something like that?
What's the name of the company?
Here's what the abstract says: barometric air pressure can be affected by dynamic pressure variations caused by wind gusts. To avoid these effects, it is necessary to measure air pressure by using a static pressure head outside of buildings. The CMO guide points out that there are several pressure heads commercially available, but practically no literature on intercomparison. Duscher Vitterdienst has conducted a laboratory intercomparison of 4 different models to assess the attenuation of dynamic pressure effects for all wind directions and inclined flow.
So that's just somebody's name happened to be doucher?
Yep.
I guess.
God, I'm glad they didn't grow up in the United States. Be bullied.
Oh man, that's good. No, it's the German Weather Service, I believe. It's the DWD. It's even better.
All right,
It's like
we're gonna cut it. I need food, dude. This is gonna
end
keep
it
going.
here.
We're just gonna have to cut it and like a band-aid. Just gotta rip it off.
I'm going to change my name to Hacker.
Hacker. All right, thanks for listening, everyone. I'm gonna cut it right now. Peace.
Peace.
Peace and love.
Love too.